Chapter 40, 183. The ninth prince had a painting and a set of armor on his body. They were both extremely terrifying sacred weapons. As the top princes, they had a lot of resources, and all of them took out top treasures. However, it was useless. The few greater demons roared and swept their tails, sending the two of them flying. The crown prince spat out blood and gritted his teeth. The others had originally wanted to give it a try. However, when they saw this scene, they gave up on it. Damn it, when he comes out, we'll catch him and suck his blood dry. It's still effective. These people gritted their teeth. Lin Xian sat down and ate the inner core. There was a strong demonic aura on it, but he couldn't care less now. He used the great dragon sword soul to destroy it while using the longevity art to absorb it. The absorption lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone was teleported out and returned to the cave. Damn kid, go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, the crown prince was enraged and slashed at him. However, this time a cold snort came from the void. The blade light shattered and the crown prince retreated. At the next moment, he came back to his senses. The person standing in front of him was the cold and emotionless envoy of the Nine Tails. He hurriedly said, "I didn't react. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The envoy of the Nine Tails snorted and looked at everyone. Then he stared at Lin Xian and frowned. This kid was strange. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Very good, you guys have successfully passed this round. Follow me next." Everyone rose into the air, and there were more than 100 people left. Now, there were only close to 100 people who had passed the first round. They didn't know how many people would pass in the end. Qin Xianer looked at this scene and sighed. She also transformed into a tail and wrapped it around Lin Xian and walked forward. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was still cultivating. This guy was so bold that he dared to cultivate in this place. Soon, they came to the second place. There was also a light screen in front of them. The envoy of Green Hills said, "There are no more restrictions. It's up to you how far you can go. All right, let's go in now." At this point, a formation appeared in front of them. Everyone walked up to it. Qin Xianer led Lin Xian onto the formation as well. In the next moment, light flickered. When Qin Xianer reappeared, she took out the joyous union bell to defend herself. She heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that there were no enemies around. From the looks of it, this teleportation array could teleport people anywhere. That's great. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for her to bring this fellow along if they were surrounded. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, Qin Xianer shook her head helplessly. It seemed like he had no choice but to bring him along. 2 days later, Qin Xianer frowned. There was actually someone blocking her path. Furthermore, to her surprise, it was not someone from their nine-tailed clan. Instead, it was another monstrous beast. How could this be? This was not their Green Autumn Cave. Only the people of the Green Hill clan should be able to enter. Of the others, only Lin Xian had entered. But now, to think that he would meet with other members of the demon race. This was way too unbelievable. How did these people get in? Were they originally from this world? Very good. And they're from the Nine-Tailed clan. Our luck is really good. When the two figures in front of her saw this, they smiled. Both of them were emanating a monstrous aura. It was impossible to tell what race they were from. However, the information was unusually strong. One of them reached out and grabbed the front. Qin Xianer scoffed coldly. The joyous union bell shook and a sound wave attack rushed out. That person hugged his head and screamed. Damn it. She knew soul attacks. Catch her. Do it. The other person spat out a blue bead that floated above his head. Then his face turned ferocious. In a flash, he appeared before Qin Xianer. To think that he had someone else with him. Do you think that you can escape from our hands with a piece of trash? You're too naive. Boom! Boom! Qin Xianer executed her mystic skills and fought with him. Her jade-like hands slapped out with extremely strong soul attacks. To be honest, Qin Xianer was also a genius on the pilgrim role. She was extremely strong. Furthermore, she was attacking with her full strength. However, to her surprise, the two of them were not weak either. They were both on the pilgrim role. What kind of person was this? However, on second thought, they must be extraordinary to be able to come here. At the thought of this, she snorted coldly and activated her nine-tailed bloodline. At the same time, she took out her zither and played it forward. Buzz! Heavenly music filled the air, and the great Tao intertwined, tearing one of them apart. The other person was also hit by her eye technique, and his soul was shattered. Humph! Qin Xianer snorted coldly. She did not expect that this battle would consume so much of her energy. It seemed that she had to be more careful in the future. How dare you kill one of our people? At this moment, someone flew over quickly from afar. Lightning surged on their bodies. Following this, four figures descended from the sky. When they saw this scene, their faces were extremely cold. Nine-tailed Fox Clan? Humph, they were courting death. Qin Xianer frowned. What terrifying lightning! Could it be the Thunder Sky Sparrow Clan? They were also a terrifying, mutated species that had been passed down since ancient times. How could they come here? What was this place? Buzz! Boom! Boom! At this moment, the ground shattered and the sky sank. Terrifying figures appeared on the mountain path. The aura on their bodies was abnormally terrifying. Even Qin Xianer's face changed. What a terrifying power! Qin Xianer's soul attack was an illusion, and her physique was not strong. At this moment, she summoned a set of armor to protect her body. Boom! 3 huge figures appeared around her. They were like huge mountains. When the Thunder Sky Sparrow saw this, he frowned slightly. The Immemorial Bull Clan. When the 3 powerful beings arrived, they stared at Qin Xianer. Their eyes were burning with passion. 7 tails. What a pure bloodline. Just nice to bring back. The 3 of them looked cold. Damn it. Aren't you afraid of the 9-tailed Fox Clan's revenge? Qin Xianer's face was cold. In this place, life and death were up to fate. No one could interfere. Even if we did it, the 9-tailed clan wouldn't know. Oh, it's really lively. At this moment, a voice sounded. The Thunder Sky Sparrow Clan and the Immemorial Bull Clan turned around and frowned. Are there more 9-tailed clan members here? Qin Xianer was originally happy, but when she heard this voice, her face changed. He cursed inwardly. Not good. The person who came was the 5th princess. She was on the side of the Saint Empress. Indeed, the 5th princess came with 3 figures. After she arrived, she chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not here to save her. I'm here to help you guys. Chapter 4184. My 7th sister has an extraordinary bloodline. Furthermore, she's an expert in soul illusions. If you fight with her, I'm afraid your soul will suffer a great impact. However, I can help you block the soul attack. In fighting, the people from the Thunder Sky Sparrow Clan and the Primordial Yak Clan laughed when they saw this. Indeed, they were wary of Qin Xianer's soul attack before, but they had nothing to worry about now. All right, thank you, Fairy. The 5th princess nodded. Then, she and the 3 people behind her attacked together. Phantoms of the 9-tailed demon fox appeared on their bodies. They stood in 4 different directions and formed a huge illusion array that enveloped the entire area. Let's start. We'll help you block the soul attack. As the 5th princess finished speaking, the 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow Clan roared. Lightning flashed on their bodies and lit up the entire area. They rushed over quickly. Qin Xianer's expression changed. She instantly moved the joyous bell to block the attack. At the same time, the 5th princess and the others also activated the array to weaken the sound wave attack. In the next moment, the 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow Clan were already in front of Qin Xianer. for thunderbolts appeared in their hands, and they wanted to envelop her. Qin Xianer was like a ghost. She dodged quickly. She dodged the attack. At the same time, she waved her hand. Endless laws gathered and formed a black hole that guided all the thunderbolts into it. Only then did she dodge the attack. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan were surprised. It seemed like she was indeed a top genius. Boom! At this moment, 3 horrifying voices rang out, and the terrifying power tore the void apart. Qin Xianer felt the space around her tighten. It was as if she was being suppressed. Not good. The Primordial Yak clan experts have attacked. She didn't resist the attack. Instead, she dodged the attack with her ethereal body. At the same time, the joyous bell shook and released a heavenly sound. The sound wave attack strongly interfered with the souls of these people. Roar! The people from the Primordial Yak clan roared to the sky and used sound waves to fight back. At this moment, the 5th princess and the others also attacked crazily. The phantoms of the demon fox covered the sky and attacked Qin Xianer. At this moment, no matter how powerful Qin Xianer was, she was still suppressed. There was nothing he could do about it. The 2 ancient races were too strong, and there was also the interference of the 5th princess and the others. Moreover, he still had to protect Lin Xian. Thus he kept retreating and was even injured. The 5th princess was also surprised. She found it hard to believe that such a lineup could not take down the other party. Damn it! I have to get rid of him today. Qin Xianer's talent terrified her. She would not give him another chance to live. The fox howls to the world. The 5th princess and the others snorted coldly and quickly formed hand seals. Their bloodline power was activated madly. Each of them had an illusory figure roaring towards the sky. This cry directly impacted Qin Xianer's soul. Qin Xianer also condensed a fox phantom on her body. At the same time, she kept swaying with the bell to resist the attack. Despite fighting 1 against 4, she was still able to hold her ground. From this, one could imagine how fearsome her bloodline was. The 5th princess was extremely jealous. She roared, "Aren't you going to do it?" The experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow and the Primordial Mang Ox attacked madly. Qin Xianer was suppressed once again. The 5th princess said that she had brought another person to attack that guy. Humph, a sleeping guy who doesn't know what's good for him. The expert of the Primordial Mang Ox snorted coldly and directly stretched out from the ground. He grabbed towards Lin Xian with 1 hand. At the same time, the Thunder Sky Sparrow and the other 3 slashed out 4 lightning swords. It was like a heavenly tribulation. 3 of them attacked Qin Xianer, and 1 attacked Lin Xian. Qin Xianer also wanted to win, but she was enduring more attacks than Lin Xian. She could only defend. As for Lin Xian, he was sent flying by the palm and lightning. He directly smashed into a mountain. He was just an ant, yet he was killed so easily. It was better to deal with this. The 2 experts of the primordial race ignored him. Qin Xianer also exclaimed. Although Lin Xian's physique was strong, he would not go berserk if he was disturbed during cultivation, right? She was extremely worried. In the mountain range, a rumbling sound could be heard. A few mountains suddenly cracked open, and a figure walked out. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Who was disturbing his cultivation? In the next moment, he saw Qin Xianer being surrounded by so many minor saints. He immediately understood. Qin Xianer probably could not protect him in such a situation. Who attacked just now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He's not dead. A young man of the Thunder Sky Sparrow race was stunned. On the other side, the tall primordial Mang Ox also said, "To be able to survive in my hands, it's interesting. So it's you guys." Lin Xian stared at the huge body and then threw out a punch. "You're courting death. Do you dare to compete with me in strength?" The primordial Mang Ox sneered and slapped its palm down. The difference between their fists was too big. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian would probably be killed instantly. Boom! An earth-shattering rumbling sound could be heard. Everyone had a cold smile on their faces, but soon they were stunned. This was because the primordial Mang Ox expert was sent flying. Cracks appeared on its huge body. Then it exploded into a blood mist. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The fifth princess was so scared that her face turned pale. That was the primordial Mang Ox tribe, which was known for its great strength and strong physique. No one dared to fight them in close combat. But now it was destroyed by a young human with a single punch. Damn it! Kill him! The other two experts of the primordial Mang Ox tribe also shouted angrily. One of their fists smashed down like a heavenly hammer, while the other one pulled up two mountains and mercilessly slammed them down. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian threw two punches at the sky and collided with the two experts. Another earth-shattering sound could be heard. Then, the two experts were also beaten into a blood mist. The three primordial Mang Ox experts were killed in 3 moves. This really shocked everyone. Qin Xianer heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, her face was full of shock. This guy's strength has become stronger again. Let's go. The 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe were horrified when they saw this scene. They did not expect the young man who had been in a deep sleep to be so terrifying. They flew up into the sky. Lin Xian stared at the 4 of them. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He stomped his foot and turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. Let's go. The 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe also turned into lightning and flew up into the sky. As lightning-based experts, their speed was unparalleled. But in an instant, the 4 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were blocked by a ray of light. Since you attacked me, you have to bear my wrath. Go to hell. The light on Lin Xian's body was unusually cold. Chapter 4185. He is so fast that he is able to stop us. The faces of the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts turned ugly. Damn it, let's fight out with him. Lightning surrounded the 4 of them. They did not believe that Lin Fan would be able to fight against the 4 of them. Lin Xian sneered. A terrifying power surged out of his body. He raised his palm, and a terrifying golden radiance lit up the entire sky. A sword slashed across the sky and split the heavens and earth apart. When the sword radiance disappeared, the bodies of the 4 Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts were shattered. Their souls were instantly destroyed. The 4 of them did not believe that Lin Fan could kill them in one move. How could this be possible? The 5th princess and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly, I spared your lives at Linglong Valley last time. How dare you act so recklessly? Since this is the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lin Xian walked towards them. Quick, kill him. The 5th princess shouted angrily. She waved her hand, and her tail pushed the 3 people beside her away. He then turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. It seemed that he was going to sacrifice the lives of his teammates. The 3 of them cursed in their hearts. However, Lin Fan's sword radiance was already slashing towards them. They could only try their best to block it. However, it was useless. How could they block Lin Xian's sword radiance? The 3 geniuses of the Fox clan were also killed by Lin Fan's sword. At this time, the 5th princess had already fled far away by taking advantage of the time difference. A smile appeared on her face. Great, I finally escaped. When I get back, I have to tell my elder brother that Lin Fan is too terrifying. I have to gather more experts. However, at this moment, she heard a dragon's roar behind her. Then, a ray of sword radiance cut across the sky. The 5th princess' body stopped in midair. Her pupils became dilated, and she felt that her life was draining away. In the next moment, when she lowered her head, she realized that her body had disappeared. She had turned into a blood mist. How could this be? She had already escaped, but Lin Fan still managed to kill her. No. Crack! With a shriek, her soul shattered with a loud bang. Everything was settled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he collected their storage rings. Then he turned to Qin Xianer and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Xianer shook her head. She was fine, but she had used up too much energy. As she spoke, she swallowed the pill. At the same time, her face was filled with astonishment. "You brat, what level have you reached now?" To be honest, she couldn't see through him. Lin Xian said that he was still in the late Little Saint realm and had yet to make a breakthrough. That inner core of his was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. Only 100 years? Impossible. Qin Xianer was shocked. Wasn't that something left behind by the nine-tailed fox? Lin Xian said, "That's true, but it's been too long. So I've used up some of my energy. If it were someone from the Fox clan, if they swallowed it, it would be worth over 800 years of cultivation. But for me, it's only worth 100 years. Lin Xian also sighed. There was nothing he could do. He had too many things that required strength. However, 100 years was already enough to make him very happy. You're really heaven-defying. Qin Xianer was speechless. To be honest, she was also a blessed girl. She had even entered the pilgrim list long ago. But now, she realized that she couldn't compare to this rising star. The speed of his growth had far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't imagine that there was someone in the world who could cultivate like this. Let's go. The two of them soared into the sky and left this place. For the next few days, they shuttled through this space. However, on this day, a violent vibration came from afar. The energy fluctuation was very strong. Lin Xian and Qin Xianer both stopped in their tracks. They looked into the distance, bewildered. There might be treasures in that place. Lin Xian observed for a while and said in a deep voice. Qin Xianer sensed for a while and said, "I can't feel the aura of the Fox clan, so it shouldn't be something unique to the nine-tailed fox. But let's go and take a look." The two of them discussed for a while and then flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. As they got closer, they felt that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger. In the end, even they were shocked. What was in front of them? Finally, they landed on a mountain peak and didn't continue forward. The pressure here was already very strong. Even if they wanted to go forward, they would have to use some means. Lin Xian also discovered that there were figures moving around in the surrounding mountains. They didn't seem to be alone. Some of them had extremely terrifying auras. They weren't from the nine-tailed clan. Lin Xian frowned. What in the world was going on? Wasn't this Green Hill Cave? Why were there other people? The appearance of the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan previously was already surprising to him. Qin Xianer shook her head. I don't know either. There are very few records about Green Hill Cave. It seems that even if we enter, there isn't any news. I wonder why. Since that was the case, it seemed that this space shouldn't be exclusive to the nine-tailed clan. Perhaps this was a space for training. If the nine-tailed clan could send their geniuses here, then other forces could do the same. At this moment, more than 20 figures soared into the sky from a mountain peak and flew forward. These people were extremely fast. Their bodies were covered in flames. It seemed that they wanted to force their way through. The others had the same thought as well. However, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. He wanted them to scout the way first. When the 20 or so people arrived in front of them, a black claw suddenly tore through the void and fell down, covering the sky and covering the earth. It sent all of them flying. Half of them were directly turned into a bloody mist. The other half were also seriously injured and scattered all over the place. A single strike was terrifying. It was way too strong. When the surrounding people saw this, they gasped. It seemed that they couldn't head to that place easily. Some of them even found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to absorb the power before them. Even though it was far away, it was still better than other places. Following that, more and more people rushed over, which surprised Qin Xianer. Just what was up ahead. However, she had also absorbed some of it over the past few days. She felt that it was extremely beneficial for her cultivation. The pressure could even temper her body. Qin Xianer's body wasn't all that strong. However, she could clearly feel that her body and strength had increased over the past few days. It should be the result of the pressure. On this day, more people rushed over. They brought with them a torrential phantom of Nine-Tailed Clan and a murderous aura. The people of the Nine-Tailed Clan had arrived. The eyes of many people on the mountain peaks flickered. Lin Xian's side frowned slightly. The first prince had arrived with some powerful Nine-Tailed Clan geniuses. Chapter 4186. After the crown prince arrived, his face was filled with shock. The power here was terrifying. He saw countless figures on the mountain peaks. When he saw a mountain peak, he sneered. To think that he could make it here alive. The next moment, he flew towards that mountain peak. When he arrived above the 9 heavens, he looked down. Human, your good days are over. Come over obediently, kneel down, kowtow to me, and beg for mercy. I'm in a good mood and will leave your corpse intact. His voice rumbled like thunder as a terrifying killing intent filled the world. Many people were moved. This was a top-notch expert. Qin Xianer was surprised as well. She said that the crown prince was stronger than before. Seemed like he had some fortuitous encounters these days. Indeed, the crown prince's strength had increased again. This made him overjoyed. Now that he was going to kill this human, he would have nothing to worry about. If you want to die, come over. Otherwise, scram. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly, "Who was this brat? How could he be so arrogant? A human dared to challenge the crown prince of the Nine-Tail race? He was truly courting death. The person beside that person should be someone from the Nine-Tail race as well. By the looks of it, his bloodline was extraordinary." The people on the surrounding mountain peaks whispered. Many people felt that a good show was about to begin. Courting death. Let me kill him. The 6th prince rushed over. A long spear appeared in his hand. As he danced, it turned into countless spear lights that pierced through the world. The long spear carried with it an extremely terrifying law of water, causing torrential water to drown the entire mountain peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a cracking sound, the seawater in the sky exploded. The terrifying spear lights were all shattered. This attack directly broke the long spear into 2 halves. The 6th prince was sent flying while vomiting blood. Half of his body was shattered. So strong! The people on the surrounding mountain peaks were shocked as well. What kind of physique was that? Wasn't he too strong? Indeed, the first prince and the others were shocked as well. His physique had exceeded their expectations. The 6th prince screamed in fright and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian said stay. With a wave of his hand, the 9 suns divine fire flew out and turned into a golden crow that charged at the 6th prince. It burned him to ashes. You actually killed old 6. The people of the 9-tailed tribe were all stunned. This was a prince. How could the other party dare to kill him? Brat, you're dead meat. The first prince gritted his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. Just like that, he couldn't take it anymore. If you dare to attack again, I'll kill all of you. Arrogant, really too arrogant. Boom! Boom! Just then, countless red sword lights flashed in another part of the sky, as if it had turned into a sea of blood. The terrifying killing intent made people's scalps tingle. A group of red foxes descended. Their auras were unparalleled. The first prince smiled when he saw this. Qin Xianer's expression changed. Not good. They were from the Red Fox Manor. They were the people of the Red Fox, Saint Venerable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw them. Did these people come as well? On the other side, the experts from the 3rd Elder's clan had also arrived. The powerful appearance of the 3 forces completely surrounded Lin Xian. Brat, today is the day you die. These people were filled with killing intent. What did this brat do to provoke so many experts of the nine-tailed tribe? Could it be because of that woman? The people on the surrounding peaks whispered. When Lin Xian saw this, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. This was interesting. He stood up, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, endless light appeared on his body, and he seemed to have turned into a god of war. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. Buzz! In an instant he arrived in the sky and slapped out, shrouding the experts from the Third Elder's clan. In an instant, more than 10 people were completely covered. The power on his palm, together with the aura of the divine fire, burned a part of the world. Damn it! How dare you underestimate us? The people on the Third Elder's side roared crazily and attacked with endless divine skills. However, they couldn't block it at all. When the palm landed, more than 10 people were instantly turned into blood mist. The other people were also sent flying as they vomited mouthfuls of blood. Was he that strong? The first prince and the others were shocked again. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also shuddered. They remembered that not long ago the black beast claw that appeared in front of them was so terrifying. What kind of physique did this person have? Could it be some super physique that was passed down from ancient times? Damn it! In the blood mist that filled the sky, a figure charged out. He held a long green saber with green flames on it that danced. His name was Hui Dao. He was an even more terrifying genius expert than Hu Donglai. He was also older than Hu Donglai, and he was the one who led the way this time. Who would have thought that they would suffer heavy losses as soon as they met? The apocalyptic saber. Hu Dao roared angrily, and the saber light bloomed. With a supreme domineering aura, it slashed at Lin Xian like a divine path. This attack caused countless people to scream. It was too powerful. It was a good opportunity to attack together. The people from the Red Fox Manor also attacked. 16 figures held killing swords dripping with blood in their hands and rushed out. The murderous aura made people's souls tremble. Although everyone was a 9-tailed fox, they cultivated different types. For example, the Third Elder cultivated the fire elemental laws. As for the Red Fox Manor, they cultivated the slaughter elemental laws and had a spiritual impact. Qin Xiener focused on soul illusions. Of course, the common point was that the 9-tailed clan's soul illusions and speed were stronger than the other clans. Lin Xian faced the apocalyptic saber, and 16 blood-colored killing swords appeared around him. It could be said that he was in a dangerous situation again. The first prince narrowed his eyes. He probably did not need to do anything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and endless sword light surrounded his body. He activated sect returning swords, and at the same time, the Heavenly Dipper sword flew out. 36 battle swords swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Boom, 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 boom. 16 battle swords collided with the killing swords, and the remaining battle swords attacked the apocalyptic saber. Earth-shattering collision sounds rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Retreat quickly. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also frantically retreated. The aftermath of the energy had already affected them. Puff, puff, puff. After one strike, the void was split open, and the 16 killing swords were shattered. The 16 Red Fox Manor experts were also struck between their eyebrows, and their souls were destroyed on the spot. The apocalyptic saber was also sent flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Was this guy really a minor saint? Why did he feel that he was so terrifying? Damn it. Seeing this scene, the first prince's pupils shrank. He knew that he could no longer watch the battle. He had to take action. In the next moment, his figure swayed and the void shattered. He appeared above Lin Xian and slammed his palm down. His palm was also pitch black, and it carried a violent force. There was a trace of poison on his palm. It seemed that other than the law of strength, there was also the law of poison. Looking at the other party's movement technique, it was obvious that he also had the law of wind. One had to admit that the first prince was indeed very powerful. Boom! When the attack landed, the void kept collapsing. The surrounding people were shocked. Was he hit? However, the first prince frowned. He did hit, but it was just an afterimage. The other party's speed also shocked him. In the next moment, he turned around and slammed his palm down. A beam of sword light was sent flying by him. His entire palm cracked, and the cracks spread to his arm. Then, one of his arms was chopped off. Was the first prince injured in just one move? That was impossible. The princes and princesses in the distance screamed. Hui Dao's face also turned ugly. To be honest, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat the first prince. But now the first prince was injured. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Half of the Heavenly Dipper sword chased after Hui Dao and firmly surrounded him. Hui Dao slammed the apocalyptic saber on the Heavenly Dipper sword. The law of 5 elements appeared on the Heavenly Dipper sword, and it was endless, blocking the destructive force. The first prince said coldly, "You've already used all your strength to fight against Hui Dao. Do you still have the strength to fight against me? Don't worry, that's just one of my laws. It's more than enough to deal with you." On Lin Xian's left hand, endless black laws gathered and formed a black chain. When the first prince saw this aura, his pupils shrank. Although they were both black laws, his was the law of poison, and the aura of the other party's law made him feel uncomfortable. Damn it, what kind of law is this? Just as he was guessing, Hui Dao screamed in pain. The Heavenly Dipper sword pierced through his body and nailed him in the sky. What? Was he killed? The first prince was stunned. His speed was so fast. Damn it, the people brought by the third elder were all killed. There's no one on the Red Fox Manor side. Could it be that he's the only one left? Why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to me. Beg me for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Lin Xian repeated the man's words back to him, word for word. The first prince's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he thought that he had set up an inescapable trap. Who would have thought that no matter how perfect his plan was, it would be so weak in the face of absolute power? It seemed like he could only give it his all and fight with his back to the wall. Fortunately, he brought his trump card this time. Buzz. The first prince took out a fan. It was not a folding fan. Instead, it was a circular fan. There was a figure on the fan with his back facing everyone. This is... Qin Siener exclaimed. Glass fan. This is the Saint Empress weapon. He actually brought it. The others also exclaimed. Saint Empress? Could this be the Saint King's weapon? The first prince laughed loudly. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I've prepared well for this. With the Saint King's weapon in hand, what can you use to fight me? The Saint King's weapon? Lin Xian frowned. It was indeed troublesome. However, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, his opponent was just a minor saint. He couldn't fully unleash the power of the Saint King's weapon. Is this your trump card? It's indeed surprising, but it's not enough to kill me. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you talk big? The first prince snorted. The geniuses behind him sneered as well. This weapon could even kill a Saint Venerable. Could it not kill Lin Xian? Today, I'll show you what true strength is. The first prince activated the glass fan in his hand. The fan emitted a boundless radiance, and the figure on the fan seemed to come to life. Buzz! An endless storm blew. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding mountains instantly collapsed. Run! The people who were watching the battle frantically fled. Even some of the more powerful figures also retreated. Qin Siener also resisted with difficulty. Lin Xian pulled her and used the void escape to dodge the attack. The place where they were standing was completely destroyed. Nothing existed. The first prince smiled proudly. How is it? brat, it's just a casual attack. Can you withstand it? Kneel down obediently and wait for my punishment. Chapter 40, 187. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to bring a Saint King's weapon. Qin Xian'er's expression was ugly. She said, "Why don't we retreat first and attack when there's a chance?" Lin Xian said, "This is the best chance. I'm afraid he'll run away." Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party. If it was a saint venerable with a Saint King's weapon, it might be troublesome. But for the other party, he had plenty of ways. He also had the illusionary divine furnace. Moreover, he had the illusion leaf that could instantly pull the other party's soul closer. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a crazy roar came from the terrifying mountain range in front of him. Following that, a huge black palm covered the entire sky. Endless nomological laws poured down from the palm and enveloped the glazed fan. The first prince tried to block it, but he was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. The glass fan kept bobbing up and down. The figure on it seemed to have come alive. He stretched out a white jade palm and collided with the black claw. After 3 consecutive collisions, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world seemed to have been destroyed. Then, the white jade palm disappeared and many black seals appeared on the glass fan. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Could it be that it's sealed?" This place was very terrifying. There was definitely a supreme existence in front of them. Perhaps he didn't allow the power of a Saint King to appear, so he sealed the Saint King's weapon. Indeed, the first prince ran over and found that the wandering fan was indeed sealed. Its power was not as strong as before. Damn it, why is it like this? The first prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this place to be so strange. Lin Xian smiled. He wanted to use his trump card to deal with the first prince, but it seemed that there was no need. Indeed, the seal of the illusion leaf could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once. There was no need to waste it on the first prince. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed out. You're courting death. Even if it's sealed, it's not something you can resist. The first prince roared and waved the wandering fan to fight. The 2 of them instantly fought. Endless light and storms swept across the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these 2 people had probably far surpassed them, especially that human youth. He was too strong. Where did he come from? Why hadn't they heard of it before? The first prince had an ugly look on his face. Although it had been sealed, it was still not something that an ordinary sacred artifact could compare to. Even the Holy Master would not dare to take it head-on. However, the other party's physique was like an indestructible body, resisting the attack head-on. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it, even the purple dragon's physique isn't that strong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian's fists continued to swing, and they were like suns that were being split apart. Since no one here could recognize him, he wasn't afraid of using his divine body. The windstorm from the wandering fan could be blocked, but Lin Xian's attack was simply too fast. The first prince trembled and vomited blood. It looked like he was about to explode. At that moment, a blood-red killing sword appeared between the heavens and the earth once again, piercing towards Lin Xian's forehead. The sand sword was really too strong. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. Was there a mortal world killer here? The first prince revealed a sinister smile. He knew that the Red Devil Fox was here. The Red Devil Fox was a top expert in the Red Fox Manor. Previously, when the 16 geniuses of the Red Fox Manor were killed, there was no Red Devil Fox. The first prince thought that the other party had escaped. He didn't expect that the other party would attack at the most critical moment. Uft! Lin Xian couldn't dodge this attack, but he didn't. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword chi. It was a dragon-shaped sword chi that swept across the 9 heavens. With a clang, It collided with the killing sword. In the next moment, the killing sword was sent flying, and the blurry shadow was instantly pierced through. "This is impossible," the first prince screamed. The injured shadow did the same. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared without a trace. Was it the nine-tailed fox again? It seemed like it was an assassin like the hidden fox. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he thought that no one would attack, but now he activated his heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, he found that the other party hadn't left. Still trying to sneak attack? He sneered and spat out another sword chi. This time, the sword chi was surrounded by terrifying lightning and arrived in front of him in an instant. When the sword fell, it exploded for thousands of miles and completely destroyed the place. A scream rang out in the void. A figure rushed out, but after taking 2 steps, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. The Nine-Tailed Clan was such a terrifying assassination genius, but he was killed by 2 swords. "Next time it'll be you." Lin Xian snorted and attacked the first prince again. He used 36 battle swords, and with the power of the 10,000 converging swords, he kept attacking. The first prince resisted with difficulty. He said go. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave, but in the next moment his body trembled. He saw a pair of golden eyes in the void looking down at him. His soul was instantly attacked, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Not good, it's a soul attack. The first prince tried to resist, but in the next moment, one of his arms flew out because the storm he created was directly attacking him. This was Lin Xian's stellar transposition. At this moment, he didn't hold back. He kicked the glass fan away, and then he used the law of death to envelop his opponent. The first prince roared ferociously. His soul was instantly unsheathed, and his body turned into a pile of bones. He was terrified and wanted to escape and fuse with the glass fan. The glass fan also swept out crazily. The figure with his back facing everyone once again stretched out a white jade palm. However, the black law on it kept suppressing. The glass fan swayed in the sky. When Lin Xian saw this, he took out the sacred furnace of nothingness and blasted it on the glass fan. Then he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to envelop the first prince's soul. The first prince was burned by the flames, and he screamed in horror. Finally, he disappeared. Was he dead? The terrifying first prince had actually been killed. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, they felt that it was unreal. The glass fan exploded with power, and it directly sent the divine furnace of nothingness flying. Then it tore open the void and disappeared. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He kept the divine furnace of nothingness. He looked around, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. What a joke! Those who had attacked had all been killed, including a top-notch expert like the first prince. Who else would dare to attack? Qin Xianer was also shocked. She knew that when she returned, the Divine Empress would be completely furious. This time, the top geniuses on the Divine Empress side were almost all killed. The first princess was crippled, and the first prince was killed. She would probably go crazy. Lin Xian didn't spare the people that the first prince brought. He directly used his battle sword to pierce through their bodies, killing them all. Otherwise, these people would spread the news, and he and Qin Xianer would be in great danger. Chapter 4188. Next, Lin Yuan and Qin Xianer found another empty space and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate and absorb the power in front of them. As for the others, they were unable to calm down. These people also began to cultivate, but they were all very far away from Lin Xian and did not dare to provoke him. At this moment, someone walked over. His footsteps were very steady, and there were great Tao intertwining under his feet. When Lin Xian saw this, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Was someone going to attack again? Seeing that Lin Xian's aura gradually became cold, the figure also said, "Brother, don't worry, I'm not attacking you. I see that you're very strong, and I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned, but he realized that there was indeed no killing intent from the other party. He nodded. "You're too polite. My name is Guan Songhai, and I'm a member of Songhai Palace. I wonder what kind of physique Brother's physique is. It's actually so strong. I'm cultivating randomly, and I've consumed some natural treasures in the past." Lin Xian smiled. He could not reveal his identity now, so he continued to use the identity of Sword Fanatic. "You can just call me Sword Fanatic." Guan Songhai's eyes flickered. Sword Fanatic. He recalled carefully and realized that he had never heard of this name. He asked, "I wonder which force you're from." "I'm from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and I'm the son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan." Guan Songhai was speechless after hearing this. The son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Are you kidding me? The geniuses of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are about to be killed by you, and you still dare to return to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? However, he also knew that it was normal for the other party to hide something when meeting for the first time. Therefore, he did not ask further. Instead, he said, "Sword Fanatic, I wonder if you're interested in what's ahead? If there's a chance, we can work together." It seemed that the other party was about to make a move. Lin Xian sensed for a while and his eyes flickered. He said, "This matter has to wait and I'll study it. If I really want to go, I'll definitely join forces with you. Then I won't disturb you. Guan Songhai, I'm leaving." The next few days were very calm. These people. After a while, someone finally could not stand it. This time, the one who stood up was a tall man who looked like a giant. He said coldly, "Everyone, could it be that you all wanted to absorb the energy outside? Although the power here wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared to the power inside. Why don't we work together and fight our way in?" Perhaps there was still a chance. After the others heard this, some of them stood up and said that they had to fight for their own opportunities. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall man leading the group. This person's physique was very strong. He was much stronger than the ancient barbaric bull he had encountered before. He didn't know which force it was. At this moment, Guan Songhai walked over and said, "Brother Sword Maniac, what do you think?" All right, they could give it a try. Then, the three of them prepared to set off. As for the others, some chose to join in, while some chose to watch from the sidelines. From the looks of it, they wanted to take advantage of the situation. There were even some experts hiding among them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Those experts would definitely make a move when they saw that there was profit to be made. As for those who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, that would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Buzz, the man in the lead, strode forward. He really looked like a Kwafu giant. He crossed countless mountains with one step. Behind him, Guan Songhai looked at the figure and said, "He's from the giant spiritual mansion. His name is Pang Mo. He's also a close combat power type. Brother, if you have the chance, you can compare your physique with him." Giant spiritual mansion? Lin Xian was surprised. This person's physique was indeed very strong. He probably had a special bloodline. While they were talking, these people had already reached the front. Then they felt the violent impact of the storm, as if it was going to tear their bodies apart. Those people propped up their saint domains one after another and roared at the front. They tore the storm apart with a palm and strode in. He didn't need to use his saint domain at all. He didn't even need to use his laws. Just the strength of his physique was enough. The others couldn't do it at all. However, those who could come here were all experts. Physique wasn't their strong point, but their laws were indeed terrifying. One after another, nomological abilities allowed them to withstand this terrifying storm of power. Endless water gushed out from Guan Songhai's body and wrapped him up. The power hit the water and caused ripples, but it couldn't hurt him at all. On Qin Xianer's side, the Joyous Union bell formed a sound wave armor. Lin Xian didn't use any defense. His 9-yang divine body wasn't inferior to anything. The three of them were also in the group, striding forward. Buzz, the mountain range ahead, trembled again, and a black shadow appeared. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Their scalps were numb. After all, the black palm from before could directly seal the weapon of a Saint King. Its strength was heaven-defying. Now that it appeared again, it made everyone feel terrified. The huge black palm didn't attack them. It just stood there like a demonic mountain. There were countless black runes pressing down from above. Those runes covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops. Although it looked small, it was said that the strength it carried was terrifying. It could easily pierce through a small saint. We might be separated later. Be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer nodded. Don't worry. Indeed, although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he was still a top-notch genius. Previously, he was surrounded by so many powerful saints, but he wasn't injured. It could be said that it wasn't easy to hurt him. Charge! Pang Mo, who was in front, roared. He opened the sky with both hands, forming a huge axe and slashed down. The surrounding people also moved. At the same time, many figures streaked across the void behind them. Their auras were also extremely powerful. Obviously, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. Buzz! Buzz! Countless black runes covered the sky like worms, and many of them swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. He pushed out his palm, and those black runes were sent flying. On the other side, Guan Songhai formed a wave vortex. Those who entered were all sucked in and couldn't come out. Qin Xianer kept dodging. She was good at illusions, but those runes obviously didn't have souls, so her illusions were useless. However, she had a lot of trump cards in her hand. She took out an umbrella and spun it, blocking the runes that filled the sky. The three of them moved forward quickly, but there were more and more black runes in front of them. Even those runes were quickly interweaving, forming one large black hand after another that pounced over. Then the situation changed. Some people were sent flying, and some were directly blown up. All kinds of roars and roars could be heard. Lin Xian even had a black hand pouncing over. It was formed by thousands of great Daos. Chapter 4189. Boom! Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out his palm and blocked the attack. With a boom, he was pushed back and felt his arm go numb. However, the palm formed by the black runes also slowly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care at first, but when he saw the people around him attacking crazily and the black runes being scattered and reformed, he was stunned. He remembered that after he attacked, they disappeared directly, and the others couldn't make them disappear. What was going on? Lin Xian knew that this wasn't because of the great dragon's sword soul, because he realized that when Pang Mo attacked, he could also make the black runes disappear. However, Guan Songhai couldn't, and even Qin Xianer couldn't. He thought about it and instantly understood. He said, "This thing can only be attacked with strength, so it's probably immune to the law of divine powers. Don't use that kind of divine powers again." Qin Xianer was shocked when she heard that. Guan Songhai was also shocked. In the next moment, he reached out a blue palm and slapped forward. Although he was pushed back, he realized that some of the runes were destroyed. Sword Maniac, your observation skills are really terrifying. Guan Songhai was shocked. Qin Xianer smiled bitterly. I'm not good at this kind of close combat. Don't worry, follow me. Lin Xian attacked quickly. He led the way while Qin Xianer followed behind. Guan Songhai also smiled. Then I won't hold back. He also followed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength, and his speed was shocking. The various palms and fists formed by the black runes were all blasted away by him. He was simply advancing courageously. Soon he shook off those people and even surpassed the side demon. Seeing this, the side demon was also stunned. How was it possible? How could anyone be faster than him? He looked over. When he saw Lin Xian and the other two, he snorted coldly in his heart. It turned out that they were relying on the advantage of numbers. It was nothing. He was still the best in one-on-one combat. The others also realized this and changed their strategy. Although most of them knew how to deal with it, they still couldn't pass. After all, not everyone's physique was as strong as this. Therefore, only a small number of people were able to advance. Most people could only retreat helplessly. Some people had even given up because they felt that it was too dangerous to stay here any longer. Buzz. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, he was the first to reach the front. There was a valley there. The top of the valley was covered in black chains. The black runes on the chains made people feel extremely shocked. Thinking about it, it should be in this valley. They didn't rush forward rashly. Not long after, more people came from behind. The side demon was the second to arrive. When he arrived, he saw Lin Xian and the other two. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. His expression was a little unfriendly. After all, he was overtaken by others. This made him feel very unhappy. Following that, another 5 figures fell. These people, without exception, were all close combat types with strong physiques. As for the others, it was likely that they would not be able to come here. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai were not close combat strength type. However, with Lin Xian leading the way, they could still come. The 9 of them stood outside the valley and looked around curiously. However, they didn't act rashly. At the same time, the void fluctuated, causing everyone to be stunned. This was because they discovered that in another direction of the valley, another person had appeared. These people's figures were abnormally hazy. It was impossible to see who they were. Could it be that they weren't in the same space? Guan Songhai frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and discovered that through his eye technique, he could see that the space had folded a lot. Obviously, these people were indeed not in the same space. However, everyone only had one goal, and that was the valley in front of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the ground cracked open and a force swept towards him. Lin Xian's expression changed. He stomped his foot and shattered the force. The next moment, he turned his head. The side demon walked over and said coldly, "Who allowed you to enter? Why? Are you trying to stop me?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Humph. Don't think that you can be the first to enter just because you came up first. You're just relying on the advantage of numbers. Otherwise, how could you have arrived before me?" The side demon's voice was loud and clear. He said, "I'll go first. You all wait outside." Hearing this, Qin Xianer and the others' expressions changed. Lin Xian also laughed. "How domineering. You think you can go first because you're the strongest? Unfortunately, you're the second to come. If you want to enter, line up behind me. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life." "Kid, do you think you can be so arrogant because you have the advantage of numbers?" The side demon sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, another 2 people stood out. These 2 people had extraordinary physiques. One of them was fiery red and had a terrifying temperature. The other was like a walking beast. The appearance of these 2 people caused the pressure in the entire area to multiply. "Do you think I don't have any helpers? 3 against 3, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Guan Songhai and Qin Xianer also frowned. Were they going to fight? However, they weren't afraid. Previously, because of the Black Palm, they were immune to the law of mystiques. That was why they couldn't use their techniques. However, these 3 people were different. So what if their physiques were strong? Seems like you really want to fight. All right, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Lin Xian looked ahead and said indifferently. He saw that the other party's physique was pretty good. It was worth it for him to fight. Even now, you still dare to be arrogant. You really don't know what's good for you. Bien, Mo also laughed coldly. A cold glint surfaced in his eyes. Would he be afraid of a one-on-one fight? Behind him, the other two people revealed a sinister smile. Since Big Brother wants to fight one-on-one, we'll play with him. As he spoke, the fiery red man stared at Guan Songhai. The other demonic beast stared at Qin Xianer. She's a fairy. However, I won't be polite. Instantly, the demonic beast stretched out a huge palm and slapped towards the front. Qin Xianer sneered. How dare the other party look down on her? In the next moment, her body swayed, and the sound wave attack rushed out. With a boom, the demonic beast's body trembled. His face turned ferocious. Damn it, a soul attack? Roar! With a roar, his terrifying blood and chi vibrated to resist the sound wave attack. However, it was useless. He had underestimated Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer had the talent of 7 tails. In addition, she was a top genius of the Joyous Union Palace. She had too many illusions in her hands. After a few moves, the demonic beast roared crazily. It seemed like his soul was severely injured. Damn it, how did this happen? He was going crazy. Originally, he thought that with his physique, he could dominate the world. Who would have thought that there would be a soul attribute expert here? Chapter 4190. Was it countered? The fiery red man's expression changed. He stretched out a finger, which looked like a pillar of light that reached the heavens. The law of fire on it instantly shattered everything. Your opponent is me. Guan Songhai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave swept across heaven and earth. It enveloped the fiery palm. Then 2 completely opposite laws clashed, and a terrifying white mist filled the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about these 2 battles. He turned his head and stared at Bien, Mo thief. It seems like your 2 brothers aren't that strong. I wonder if your strength is enough for you to continue being arrogant? Bien Mo also frowned. He didn't expect his 2 brothers to be in trouble. So what? He had to deal with this brat first to reverse the situation. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. Bien Mo's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he punched out, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. The surrounding people frantically retreated. It was too frightening. As expected of someone from the giant spirit mansion, each of his moves contained boundless power. Very few people could compete with him in terms of physique. This Bien Mo was indeed extraordinary. His cultivation base was at the peak of minor saint, but his physique had long surpassed the peak. He was only 1 step away from the saint realm. It would be very difficult to break through his defense with ordinary methods. But unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's physique was even more terrifying. Endless golden radiance shone on his body. At this moment, a golden fist was pushed out. The 2 collided in the void. With a loud boom, heaven and earth cracked. What? He actually blocked it? He actually blocked Bien Mo's attack? It's really unbelievable. What kind of physique does this brat have? I remember that he arrived earlier than Bien Mo. I originally thought that it was because he had the advantage in numbers, but now it seems that wasn't the case. Those people roared crazily. They were also experts in body refinement. But now, compared to these 2, they were pitifully weak. He blocked it. Bien Mo was also stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Not bad. Your attack is stronger than I expected." Again, as he spoke, he kept swinging his fists. His arms trembled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! It the side demon's eyes instantly turned red. He had never been suppressed in terms of physique before. The giant spirit palm struck out with both palms, like 2 demonic mountains that could push horizontally. Lin Xian punched out again, as if they had turned into 2 fire cheelants, roaring between heaven and earth. The 2 collided, and the sound of the collision made one's ears bleed. The entire heaven and earth shook violently as a figure flew out. The side demon was in an extremely sorry state. He crushed the ground, his arms hanging down, directly broken. This was really too unbelievable. His opponent's strength was so strong that it was hard for him to believe. How could this be? Big Brother was actually injured. The two people who were fighting were also stunned. Their expressions turned to horror. Soon they were also forced back. They didn't attack again because this scene was too shocking. Big Brother, why did you rush over for no reason? Guan Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Xianer only smiled. It seemed like she didn't need to worry. The side demon's expression was incomparably ugly. He roared, and the power of the laws on his body healed his broken arms. However, his expression became even more gloomy. Who are you? What physique did you cultivate? The side demon said coldly. Lin Xian smiled. If you can beat me, I'll tell you. Arrogant guy, I'll let you see my physique. Giant spirit body. The side demon roared, and a mysterious Tao pattern appeared on his body. His body continued to grow until he turned into a huge mountain. The giant spirit body was a peerless divine ability. Once cultivated, one's body would be huge and their strength would be boundless. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, when it was used by the side demon, it was even more terrifying. Brat, you're dead. My big brother can kill you with one slap. The man whose body was like fire sneered. The others also swallowed their saliva. Indeed, they could feel that the side demon's power had become stronger than before. Oh, did he think of an ultimate technique? The golden radiance on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. The power of the divine body also gradually erupted, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to hurt. What kind of radiance was this? Damn it, what kind of physique was this? How could it be so strong? The side demon roared. After using his spirit body, he was full of confidence. However, when he felt the change in the other party's aura, his expression became terrified. How could this be? He subconsciously took a step back, which already showed that he was afraid. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible, he was extremely confident in his spirit body. Giant spirit, axe he, raised his arm, turned it into an axe and descended from the sky. This attack could open up a world. So strong, this guy is really too terrifying. Qin Xianer couldn't help but praise. The side demon was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely cold light. He threw out another punch. This punch didn't use any divine ability. It was just the power of his body. However, he had already used his body with all his strength. The power of this punch was more terrifying than any divine ability. It was like a sun that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the heaven-splitting axe was instantly shattered. The side demon was also sent flying, crashing into hundreds of mountains. Other than the valley in front, the surrounding sky and earth were constantly shattered. The surrounding people who were watching the battle couldn't even stand steadily. At this moment, they were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. The side demon's 2 underlings didn't dare to speak. They turned around and ran. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be blown apart by the other party's punch. At the side, Guan Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This was probably the strongest physique he had ever seen. He really didn't know what kind of physique the other party had. This golden radiance reminded him of a possibility. Who else wants to challenge me? Lin Xian looked around, and the others quickly shook their heads. Even Pang Mo was sent flying with a punch, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The others didn't dare to provoke him any more. Very good. Lin Xian turned around and said to Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai, "Let's go in." As he spoke, he walked towards the valley in front. However, when he got close, he stopped, because he felt a fatal danger pressing down on him from the void. Who dared to make a move against him? His gaze was like a knife, looking in all directions. However, he found that those people had a frightened look on their faces, and it was impossible for them to make a move. Then who was it? He frowned. Was there someone hiding in the void? However, the next moment he was stunned. He found that there was indeed someone who displayed a strong fighting spirit towards him. However, this person wasn't hidden, but had always been there. It was just that he didn't notice it before. Chapter 40, 191. Previously, when he arrived, he discovered that other than where he was, there were also hazy figures in the other 3 spaces. Later, he found out that this was caused by space folding, and he couldn't see through them. However, at this moment, there was an illusory figure in one of the spaces that was displaying a strong fighting spirit towards him. What was going on? Could he attack? Could he still do it through so many spaces? He really felt that it was too unbelievable. Could it be that he had activated his divine body to the extreme just now, and the people in the other spaces had also sensed it? In the space on the left, there were also 8 figures. One of them stood there with his hands behind his back facing everyone. There was a strange rune between his eyebrows. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize him. This person was Chao Tiansheng of the Limitless sect. They didn't expect him to be able to come to this mysterious space world. Near Chao Tiansheng, there were also 7 figures with solemn expressions. Without exception, they were all top experts. If these people were outside, they would definitely be on the Sage rankings. Some were even stronger than those on the Sage rankings. They were all sizing up the valley in front of them, and suddenly they felt the space fluctuate. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. In those cracks, there was a golden light shining, like the light of the sun. It was abnormally bright. What was going on? These people were shocked. Was there a change in the valley? No. Someone was attacking. Who was it? Was it from the other spaces? They could also see the hazy figures in the other spaces, but they didn't know who they were. They didn't know. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were fighting, and the power was transmitted here. It was really unbelievable. Chao Tianqing was also stunned. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes, directly shattering the void. There was an extremely strong fighting spirit in his eyes. At the same time, in the space on the right, there were also 9 figures standing. One of them was Wan Jiani. Cracks appeared near them, and there was also a golden light sprinkling down. Was someone fighting? It could actually cause such a change. How terrifying. Everyone was discussing, and even Wan Jiani frowned. He didn't think too much, because he felt that he could also cause such a scene. In the space directly in front of them, there were 7 figures standing there, and one of them was abnormally hazy. Even the people in the same space couldn't see through him. Everyone knew that this was a space-type expert. Suddenly, the void around them shattered, and there was a golden light sprinkling down. As the others discussed, Gu Feng suddenly frowned. Why did this golden aura feel so familiar? Could it be him? Impossible, he's already dead. In the next moment, the spatial laws on his body became incomparably terrifying. It was as if his entire body was about to travel through time and space. Lin Xian felt a strong sense of danger after feeling the battle intent. The void in front of them was constantly shattering. Could it be that someone was going to cross over? Lin Xian frowned. Spatial divine ability? Damn it, it can't be that guy, right? He instantly thought of a person. If it was really the other party, then it would be bad. He couldn't let her come here. The next moment, he took out the white fox drum and hit it hard. The white fox drum emitted an extremely terrifying sound wave. The 2 sound waves combined and shot towards the shattered space. In the next moment, a muffled groan came from within, and the shattered space slowly disappeared. Gu Feng retreated with a pale face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What a strong power! It even had an extremely terrifying soul attack. Damn it! This space has been modified by someone. I can't completely travel through it. Indeed, although he was an expert of the space attribute and was very powerful, this place was too strange. That black palm had the power to reverse the universe. It was too mysterious. His spatial force was greatly suppressed in this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use it. He would have already traveled through it. However, the other party actually dared to injure him. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You'd better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Seeing that the shattered space did not reappear, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a battle intent coming. This battle intent was extremely terrifying. It passed through the void and surged towards him. It shouldn't be Gu Feng, but another person. Who was it? Who was it that was so strong? To be able to lock onto him, clearly. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He said, "Retreat." Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai were stunned. However, their expressions quickly changed, and they quickly retreated, because they felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the void on their left. Suddenly, a blurry palm slapped toward him. What was this? Qin Xianer screamed. Was someone fighting across space? Who actually had such a method? Lin Xian roared angrily. Light erupted from his body as he also punched over. The two collided. A terrifying explosion sounded. It was even more terrifying than before. The surrounding people all retreated, trembling. In the distance, Bien Mo recovered his body. He wanted to come over for revenge. However, when he saw this scene, he almost fainted from fright. Let's go. He no longer dared to mention the matter of revenge. With such power, he was simply unable to resist. After that attack, Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. Although that palm was hazy and light, it made him feel extremely threatened. He didn't have time to think about who it was. Suddenly, the hazy palm quickly formed a series of hand seals, forming over 1,000 hand seals in a row. Each one was different. These palms erupted together. The power was overwhelming. Guan Songhai was simply stunned when he saw this scene. Who was it? This nomological ability was too heaven-defying. Was there really someone in the younger generation who could do this? Could it be the legendary 1,000-hand seal? Wasn't that lost? Someone screamed from behind. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He hugged his arms, and the Taiji diagram formed was sent out by him. It collided with the 1,000 hands imprint. Terrifying forces clashed, and terrifying divine powers clashed. Then, the two dissipated at the same time. Even the Taiji diagram disappeared. This person was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. The Taiji diagram had always been successful, but now it was actually scattered by someone. It was too unbelievable. The legendary 1,000-hand seal? He was shocked. At this moment, the palm formed seals again. Countless nomological laws flew out from the seal and formed a small cauldron that kept bobbing up and down. It was completely formed by the interweaving of great Tao. It was abnormally terrifying, and from the small cauldron, countless sword beams were spitting out and sweeping through the 9 heavens. The cauldron of heaven and earth was also a lost divine ability. Damn it! Who was it? The man at the back roared again. Chapter 4192. It was another lost, mystical power. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that it was too unbelievable. Who was this person? Why did he have so many lost, mystical powers? However, when he felt the sword chi there, he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he also burst out with endless sword chi and slashed forward. It collided with the small cauldron. 100,000 streaks of sword chi erupted. This power was truly too terrifying. This continued for a long time before the 2 sword chis slowly disappeared from the world. Lin Xian looked solemn, but he realized that the other party did not attack again. The mysterious hand disappeared. At the same time, in the space on the left, Chao Tiansheng retracted his palm and smiled. The people behind him were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did this guy do just now? Could it be that he attacked from a distance? No way, this guy was actually such a terrifying person. Previously, These people did not take Chao Tianqing seriously. In their opinion, the strength of both parties was about the same. Perhaps they were stronger, but now they realized that they were wrong. The person in front of them was incomparably mysterious. At least, they could not fight from a distance. He should not attack again. Let's go in. Lin Xian waited for a while and realized that there was no attack, so he walked in. When he entered the valley, Qin Xianer, Guan Songhai, and the others also went in. The rest of the people also followed in. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. They realized that there was a huge cauldron in the valley. It was completely made of bones and was abnormally strange and mysterious. There was red water inside. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it was blood. Moreover, it was blood that contained extremely terrifying power. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were burning. It was obvious that it was extremely beneficial to the physique. It might even increase one's cultivation. Seeing this scene, their eyes turned red. Of course, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they did not dare to go against Lin Xian. After seeing it, he was also surprised. He put a hand in. He immediately sensed a whistling sound approaching him. Could it be related to the tiger tribe? Lin Xian was surprised. Go in. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he jumped in directly. This cauldron was extremely large, enough to hold over 1,000 people. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others entered, it seemed very spacious. Next, they let their bodies submerge into the energy. He began to crazily absorb the energy. However, the energy contained within was beyond their imagination. Everyone was originally very excited, but a day later a few people flew out. No, I can't take it anymore. Their bodies split apart. There were even tiger roars coming from within their bodies. It was obvious that they were unable to absorb anymore. Damn it! They had only been absorbing for a day, yet their expressions were already filled with unwillingness. But when someone tried to go back, his body broke open. The rest of the people below didn't dare to come any closer. Since he couldn't cultivate it, he would just put it away and cultivate it in the future. Someone took out a pagoda, intending to collect the energy within. However, he discovered that the black runes had directly shattered the pagoda. There was no way to collect them, so he could only cultivate here. Forget it. I'd better heal my body first. These people shook their heads and sighed. Although they could only cultivate for a day, it was already a great opportunity for them. There were still 4 figures left inside. Other than Lin Xian and the other 2, there was another figure. This person was the man who had recognized the 1,000-hand seal. It seemed that his identity wasn't ordinary either. He was actually able to last for more than a day. However, he came out on the 3rd day because he couldn't take it anymore. On the 4th day, Qin Xianer came out. After coming out, he was ecstatic because he discovered that after his 7th tail, he actually grew 8 tails. His bloodline had become stronger again. This was really unbelievable. Not long after, Guan Songhai also came out. His physique had also become stronger. Even his bloodline was stronger than before. This made him happy. Sword Fanatic still hasn't come out? He turned around and saw that Lin Xian was still inside. The others were also paying attention. They didn't know how long this guy could stay. I'm guessing it'll be at least 5 days. More than that, I'm guessing he might stay for 10 days. These people discussed animatedly. After all, Lin Xian's physique was so strong that it shocked them. However, after 10 days, they found that he didn't show any signs of coming out. After waiting for another 10 days, these people were about to break down. It's already been 20 days. Is this guy still human? Forget it, let's go. These people sighed. They had seen it once and found that it was impossible to go in again. It was useless to stay here, so these people left. Only Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai were left. What do you plan to do? Guan Songhai asked. Qin Xianer said, I'll wait for him. All right, then I'll leave first. When Sword Fanatic wakes up, tell him this. Thank him. If he needs anything in the future, just let him know. When I look at Songhai, I definitely won't even frown. Qin Xianer nodded. He also smiled and said, Don't worry, I think he'll be happy to be friends with you." Guan Sunhai also left, leaving only Qin Xianer and Lin Xian. Qin Xianer was here to consolidate the bloodline she had obtained. She could even cultivate the inheritance. In the valley, Qin Xianer began to cultivate. On the other side, Lin Xian was crazily absorbing the power inside. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that his physique had reached the level of a sacred master. His soul had also reached the level. The only thing he was lacking now was his cultivation. Next, Lin Xian was summoned, and the great dragon Sword Soul began to let him absorb the power. The improvement of the great dragon Sword Soul was much more than what he needed. Mount Leiji was a good example. Now that Lin Xian took it out again, the surrounding energy decreased at an extremely fast speed. There were even whistling sounds that shook heaven and earth. In the valley, Qin Xianer was alarmed. What happened? He wanted to go forward, but he found that the sound wave had exceeded the endurance of his soul. He was forced to leave the valley. At the same time, the whistling sound reached the 9 heavens. The black palm also began to tremble. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" He quickly put away the great dragon Sword Soul. "Damn, please don't alarm that black palm." The black palm flew over and checked around. When it found that the whistling sound had disappeared, it floated back. Lin Xian felt a lingering fear. Forget it! He didn't summon the great dragon Sword Soul. Instead, he searched for other opportunities. Now that his body had reached a limit, he didn't absorb any more power. However, when he came to the edge, he found something shocking. It turned out that there were some patterns on the body of the cauldron. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that it was a kind of divine ability. Chapter 40, 193. This skill was called the Tiger Demon Fist, and it was extremely powerful. There were a total of 7 moves. Lin Xian memorized these 7 moves. Then he started practicing in the valley. After a few days, Lin Xian and Qin Xianer left. They set off again because they felt that there should be other opportunities. Gradually, they realized that many people had been eliminated, and those who survived were flying in one direction. There was a stairway to heaven, and one had to climb it to cross this space and enter other places. When Lin Xian arrived, he realized that Guan Songhai and the others were there as well. There were even some people that he had never seen before. Some of them had extremely powerful auras, and they were even scarier than Pang, Mo, 7th sister, "You're here." A voice was heard. Qin Xianer turned her head and looked over. Then, she revealed a look of shock. Lin Xian, who was beside him, also looked over. He realized that it was the 9th prince. The 9th prince's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, there was an 8th tail behind his back. It seemed that the 9th prince had also obtained a great opportunity. There were some princes and princesses beside him, and their auras had also become stronger. They looked around and didn't see the first prince and the others. They were also shocked. Where was that guy? It seemed that they didn't know that the first prince and the others had been killed. At this moment, the voice of the envoy of Green Hill was heard. "All right, it's time for the final test. If you pass, there will be great opportunities waiting for you." After saying that, lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, striking the people around them. If they couldn't, they would either be killed or fail. A terrifying sound was heard, and the people around him could only scream. The power of the lightning bolts was too terrifying, and some people were instantly pierced through. Some of them were badly mutilated, and some even ran away. I admit defeat. Those who admitted defeat were directly sent out. However, those peak experts roared angrily and attempted to block the incoming attacks. The Law of Thunder appeared on Lin Xian's body and turned into lightning swords. They slashed in all directions. The lightning that approached him was completely destroyed. Qin Xianer shook the Joyous Union bell to defend herself, forming an infrasound defense. On the other side, Guan Songhai displayed his Songhai physique. The phantom of a 9-tailed fox appeared on the 9th prince's body and roared at the sky. When the endless thunderbolts ended, there were only 23 people left in the field. The rest of the people had either admitted defeat or been killed. Great, we finally made it through. All 23 of them smiled. They didn't have time to recover from their injuries as they strode up the stairway. However, after ascending the stairway, the voice of the Green Hill Messenger was heard again. The stairway to heaven can only carry 9 people. You can decide on your own. What? 9 people? When the 23 of them heard this, they were stunned. D***MN, how did this happen? Originally, they thought that by blocking Lei, they had won the final victory. Who would have thought that more than half of the 23 people would be eliminated? In the end, only 9 people were able to successfully leave. They all knew the temper of the Qingqiu emissary, so they didn't dare to ask. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, these people knew that a great battle would break out among them. Among them, a man with silver lightning revolving around his body shouted angrily, "Those who are weak get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking." For a moment, some people were shocked. 3 of them felt that they were not strong enough. Then, they took the initiative to walk down. However, there were still 20 people left. More than half of them had to be eliminated. Why? No one wants to go down. The lightning man sneered. Then don't blame me for not being polite. He shouted angrily and roared at the sky, letting out an extremely terrifying roar. The lightning on his body surged in all directions. 5 lightnings soared realm. The silver lightning formed a space of lightning and struck down directly. Although the range was not as powerful as the previous lightning tribulation, the attack seemed to be more terrifying than the previous one. Poof! Immediately, another 3 people vomited blood and flew out. The others tried to block it. At this moment, the 9th prince also laughed sinisterly. "I'll help too." He let out a whistling sound and swept his 8 tails in all directions. Another person attacked. There was a black sun floating above his head. It was extremely strange. The 3 of them worked together and finally defeated another 7 people. At this moment, there were only 10 people left standing on the stairway. The fact that these 10 people were able to survive was enough to show their strength. However, there was still one person who had to be eliminated. Who would it be? No one would be willing to accept it. These people were hostile to each other. Bien Mo was also here. His tall body carried an extremely strong power. When he looked at Lin Xian, his scalp went numb and he automatically ignored him. He did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The 9th prince also swept his gaze across. He realized that the others either had extraordinary bloodlines or were very strong. If he attacked, there would probably be a shocking battle. Therefore, his gaze finally fell on Lin Xian. Although he had seen Lin Xian fight before, Lin Xian could only defeat Hong Tutian. He did not take him seriously. It was already not easy for him to last until now. He guessed that the only person who had to go down was this human. Therefore, he said, "Sword maniac, go down yourself. Don't make me do it." Hearing this, the others were stunned. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Some people snorted with arrogance in their eyes. Some people smiled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. However, Bien Mo's pupils constricted. Did the 9th prince dare to provoke this demon? It seemed that he did not know what was good for him. Qin Xianer's expression also changed. "Old 9, what do you mean?" "Seventh sister, my meaning is already very clear. Everyone here is a top-notch expert. If I have to find someone to go down, it can only be this kid. I know that your relationship is not ordinary, but at this time I can't protect him. I'm already being lenient by letting him leave safely. If he continues to be stubborn, then don't blame me for attacking." At this moment, the voice of the Qingqiu envoy came from the sky again. "What? You haven't decided yet?" It was obvious that the other party could not wait any longer. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed. The 9th prince also walked out. "There's no time, sword maniac. Do you want to go down obediently or let me fight for you? If I attack, I won't show you any mercy." The ninth prince's voice was unusually sharp. Killing intent spread out from his body, causing heaven and earth to collapse quickly. This aura made everyone's expression change. Chapter 40, 194. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Ninth Prince, it seems like you're really looking for death. To be honest, I didn't plan to attack you. After all, Xian is also from the nine-tailed tribe. I think it's good to leave 2 spots for the nine-tailed tribe. But you're so reckless that you want me to go down. Since that's the case, I'm sorry. You can go down now." "What did you say? You want me to go down?" The ninth prince was stunned, then he laughed. "Kid, you can't be thinking that you have the right to challenge me just because you defeated Hong Tu-Tian, right? Fine, since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't blame me." The ninth prince's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a cold green flame flew out. There was a terrifying law flowing on it. It was a simple attack, but he displayed a strong power. He was indeed a genius with 8 tails. Interesting. I wonder how this kid is going to block it. The others looked like they were watching a show. The other demons shook their heads and showed a sympathetic expression. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a cold light. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Looking at this scene, endless lightning appeared on his palm, which turned into a fierce tiger and pounced. It collided with the green flame. "Show me your true strength. Let me see what right you have to ask me to go down." Lin Xian said indifferently. Now that his strength had increased, he didn't put the ninth prince in his eyes. "You're so reckless. I just casually attacked you." The ninth prince sneered. He had 7 tails before, and now he had 1 more bloodline. He was stronger than before. How could his opponent be his opponent? Thinking of this, he formed a seal with his palm, and the green flame on his body quickly swept forward. Firefox seal. The flaming fox flew out. It had green nomological laws on it, and a burning power was pulsating. Lin Xian didn't care. He punched out, and endless lightning intertwined again, forming a fierce tiger. A claw slammed down. With a boom, the firefox was shattered. Even the pupils of the surrounding people shrank. Thinking of this, they felt that the black palm was coming again. No, the power was different. Why did this kid have a strange feeling? How could it be? The ninth prince was taken aback. His firefox had actually been easily shattered by the other party. Damn it! What was the other party using? At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. His fist was like a bolt of lightning as it lashed out. The tiger demon fist emitted a terrifying whistling sound, causing one soul to return to normal. Damn it! The ninth prince was enraged. His opponent actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He was truly courting death. He formed a seal with his palm and struck out again. The 2 of them collided. The ninth prince was forced back. His arm was numb, and the surrounding people were astonished. To be honest, they had thought highly of the ninth prince, but the situation had exceeded their expectations. The expressions of the princes and princesses of the nine-tailed tribe below turned extremely ugly when they saw this scene. They had been defeated, but they didn't leave. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Was this human really that strong? The side demon's expression was one of terror. He had just exchanged blows with Lin Xian and naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Therefore, he sympathized with the ninth prince. "You want to take me down with just this bit of strength? I truly don't know where your confidence comes from." Lin Xian replied indifferently. "On account of Xian Er's face, I'll give you a chance to live as well. If you scram down obediently, I won't do anything to you." Damn it! The ninth prince was grinding his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had always been high and mighty, and didn't even take Qin Xian seriously, not to mention the person in front of him. But right now, this detestable lad had actually dared to threaten him. "Humph! I'll let you witness my prowess now. I'll make you regret it." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palm. A terrifying aura spread out, and the phantom of a nine-tailed beast condensed in his palm print. Instantly it appeared in the void. Then, as though they had turned into heavenly blades, those 9 tails slashed out at Lin Xian ferociously. Boom! At the same time, an unparalleled amount of power burst forth that vibrated through the entire world. At this moment, even those people on the sky stairway were stunned. They could not help but admit that the 9-tailed tribe was truly terrifying. This 9th prince was indeed a top-tier, powerful being. Seemed like this young man was out of luck. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Is it over? The 9th prince's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Lin Xian was no match for him. Is this all you've got? You're so pitifully weak. A faint voice could be heard from that berserk power. It was as though everyone's spirits froze. How is this possible? He's still alive. The 9th prince's pupils constricted. I don't believe it. He slapped out his palm seal again, and those 9 tails danced wildly. The void in front of him shattered once again, turning into chaos. However, at this moment, a palm could be seen. Like a ferocious tiger, it bit down on those 9 tails. Then, with a forceful swing, the 9-tail illusion was split into 2. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the shattered void. Golden flames were dancing on his body. He looked like a sun god of war. What kind of movement technique is that? Many people gasped in shock. The pupils of the side demons constricted. He's here. Damn it. It's that kind of physique that sent me flying previously. Now he's displaying such a strong physique. What's that? The 9th prince was also stunned. Looking at the burning sound in front of him, his face turned extremely ugly. Who are you? He was really too shocked. He realized that the other party had been hiding his strength previously. Such a terrifying movement technique was something that he had never seen before in the Green Hill world. Damn it, I was too careless. Do you still think that you have the right to ask me to go down now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He was like a supreme god of war, looking down at the other party. The 9th prince was extremely displeased with this feeling. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't be arrogant. I've obtained a treasure here. It's far from what you can understand. Next, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our 9-tail tribe. He formed a seal with his palm, and countless green flames danced and swept in all directions, forming a formation. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. The formation had the phantoms of 4 demon foxes that stood between heaven and earth. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely strong soul fluctuation sweep out. 1,000 Fox Spirit Destruction Formation. A cold voice sounded. The 8 tails behind the 9th prince spun, and his bloodline power was fully activated. Today, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our Green Hill tribe. Is this an illusion? This kid has a strong physique, but he can't block an illusion. He's probably really in danger this time, right? Everyone shook their heads. Chapter 4195. Lin Xian was enveloped by the formation. Countless fox phantoms appeared around him, constantly unleashing all kinds of illusion and soul attacks. They were attacking his soul. If it were any other minor saint, they would have been killed instantly. Lin Xian guessed that even those on the pilgrim list wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, unless they had an extremely strong soul defense sacred artifact. Only then would they be able to withstand it. This was the strength of the 9-tailed clan. The 9th prince was absolutely unparalleled outside, but Lin Xian was also a soul expert. Moreover, his soul had already reached the level of a saint venerable. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of such a terrifying illusion formation. Lin Xian stood there. Golden light shone in his eyes, forming a strange pattern that kept spinning. Strands of soul energy flew out from his eye technique. It turned into a sword light that kept spinning. Every strike would destroy the fox phantoms that approached him. Lin Xian stood there as if nothing could touch him. What's going on? This kid isn't affected at all. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this. Qin Sienna smiled. Even she couldn't compare to Lin Xian's soul power. Although the ninth prince might be stronger than her, it was impossible for him to defeat Lin Xian. Sure enough, the ninth prince's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't just have a strong physique? Was he also a soul expert? How was this possible? Where did he get the energy to cultivate his soul and physique at the same time? 10,000 fox phantoms cried. The ninth prince formed a seal again. 10,000 fox phantoms appeared together. This was a killing move that could shatter a person's soul instantly. Not good. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Qin Xianer also revealed a solemn expression. The attack on the soul was unusually strange. The soul sword that Lin Xian had conjured was completely engulfed. It seemed that he was also about to be engulfed. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an even colder radiance. His eyes seemed to have turned into the eyes of a god. A fire dragon came out of his left eye, roaring at the sky. A lightning tiger came out of his right eye. The dragon and tiger roared. Together, they released soul fluctuations to resist the cries of the 10,000 foxes. The collision of their souls had reached its peak. Boom! Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, thousands of Hulai's phantoms shattered. The ninth prince spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky stairway. He fell to the ground, his face full of shock. How is this possible? You can actually defeat me in a soul illusion. He felt that it was too unbelievable. In the distance, the princes and princesses of the nine-tailed tribe were stunned too. They ran over and helped the ninth prince up, their faces full of shock. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Lin Xian retracted his Tianji god eyes and said coldly, Now do you know who will be chased out? To be honest, I never thought of chasing you away. But you just had to recklessly provoke me, so don't blame me. Damn it. The ninth prince was so angry that he vomited blood. His soul had received a huge impact, and he didn't have the strength to go up again. Guan Songhai shook his head and sighed when he saw this. Qin Xianer's expression was similarly cold. Since the other party had attacked her without regard for her feelings, she wouldn't be polite now. She snorted softly and turned around. All right, the 9 of you can come up now. At this moment, the voice of the envoy of Green Hill rang out. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked up the sky stairway. Soon, their figures gradually disappeared. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the cave again. Furthermore, they discovered that there were 3 other caves around them. This time, they were able to see each other clearly in another space. Those people also turned their heads and looked over. For a moment, everyone sized each other up. Among them, someone exclaimed. Obviously, they recognized each other. Qin Xianer and the others were also shocked. Chao, Tiansheng, Gu Feng, and Wan Jinni were all there. Qingqiu Cave, you guys are quite slow this time. At this moment, a figure in the opposite cave spoke in a deep voice. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked. They found that the aura of this person was similar to that of the envoy of Qingqiu. Could it be that he was also an envoy? They were puzzled. It was them, the 9-tailed tribe. Which tribe were the other 4 from? But they must be extraordinary. The envoy of Green Hill walked up and said in a deep voice, We have more geniuses on our side, so I'm afraid it will take a little more time to determine the winner. Hearing this, the other envoys forgot to come over. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Their eyes were like magic lamps as they scanned the bodies of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others shuddered as if their secrets were about to be seen through. These people were very powerful and were probably extremely terrifying among the sacred venerables. This time, only one person from the Green Hill tribe has successfully passed. It's really surprising. The envoy on the opposite side laughed. The envoy of Green Hill's face also darkened after hearing this. To be honest, the 9th prince and the eldest prince, who he thought highly of, were actually eliminated. It was really beyond his expectations, so when he looked at Lin Xian, his expression was a little unfriendly. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable all over. He naturally knew that he might have unknowingly offended this envoy. He hoped that this envoy couldn't casually attack, otherwise he would be in a very troublesome situation. All right, since they're already here, let's begin. Let's not waste any more time. At this moment, another emissary walked out. He said in a deep voice. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the 4 caves were divided into 4 directions, representing different powers and laws. Green Hill cave mainly focused on illusions and power, while the cave opposite had a violent and sharp aura. The one on the left had a vast aura, while the one on the right had an extremely cold and gloomy aura. All right, now that you have passed the test, you have one chance to choose a grotto heaven. Once you succeed, you will become an in-name disciple of the grotto heaven. When you really come to this world in the future, we will lead you to the grotto heaven. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was a grotto heaven? Why hadn't they heard of it before? Even Qin Xianer was stunned. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Others didn't know, but he knew that he had killed people from the grotto heaven before. Back then, he guessed that these grotto heavens shouldn't be in the 2nd astral realm, and now it seemed very likely. Could it be that the grotto heaven was in the legendary 3rd astral realm? What shocked him even more was that the grotto heaven was actually related to so many things in the 2nd astral realm. Then, would all the top figures in the 2nd astral realm have to go to the grotto heaven? Lin Xian felt that it was really unbelievable. It seemed that they were paving the way in advance. The others were also in an uproar. They wanted to ask what a grotto heaven was. However, the 4 envoys didn't answer at all. Instead, they let them make a choice according to their own laws. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was an opportunity. After all, he had killed the 1st prince and defeated the 9th prince previously, which had already offended the Green Hill clan. Even if the envoys didn't kill him, the Sage King and Sage Empress wouldn't let him off when he returned. Therefore, it was better to choose another place and leave Green Hill completely. Chapter 4196. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qin Xianer, saying, I might go to other grotto heavens. Do you want to go? Qin Xianer immediately understood what was going on. She naturally knew about Lin Xian's current situation. If he stayed here and returned to Green Hill Star, it would be extremely dangerous. Hence, she said, don't worry about me. The 1st prince is dead, the 9th prince is defeated, and I'm the only one who made it to the end. Even if those people suspect me, the Sage King will do his best to protect me. All right, Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Then he walked out and said, I'm going to head to this grotto heaven. Lin Xian was the first to walk out because the others were still thinking about it. However, Lin Xian had his own reasons. Indeed, the 9-tailed fox's eyes shone coldly. To be honest, even though he could choose freely, he was still unhappy that someone had left. Was it this person who had the aura of the dragon race? It seemed like he knew that he couldn't stay in Green Hill Cave any longer. The other 3 messengers walked out as well. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. On the surface, they didn't see anything special about him. However, to be able to make it to the end, he must be extraordinary. One of them asked, Oh, which grotto heaven are you going to? To be honest, every grotto heaven had some top geniuses that the other grotto heavens wanted to recruit. However, they didn't find anything special about Lin Xian, so they weren't too interested. Lin Xian walked towards Chao Tianqing's grotto heaven. He said, I want to enter this one. Chao Tianqing raised his eyebrows as a glint appeared in his eyes. The messenger was also surprised. You can join if you want. Just then the Green Hill messenger said, Young man, even though you can join freely, the messengers have the right to decide. If you want to join, you have to pass a test. Hearing this, the other 2 messengers smirked. Let's see what the first guy is capable of. Sure, I'm willing to accept any challenge. Lin Xian nodded his head. The messenger smiled. This is the Howren Grotto Heaven, and I'm the messenger. Since you're willing to join the challenge, I'll give you a chance. Who wants to challenge him? If he could survive 10 moves, he would be allowed to join. Hearing this, the others whispered to each other. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered. To be honest, he really wanted to make a move. However, he knew that if it was really the person he guessed it to be, he probably wouldn't use his true abilities at the moment. That would be meaningless, so he didn't make a move. At this moment, a person walked out. Let me test you. A man walked out. He had a vast and ethereal aura around him. Cloud-piercing hand. As soon as he came up, he waved his hands and passed through everything. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, intending to send Lin Xian flying. Quite a few people were astonished. Those who were able to come here were indeed not weaklings. Lin Xian smiled faintly. His figure rumbled like thunder as he dodged in an instant. At the same time, he threw out a punch like a ferocious tiger. This punch carried a violent aura. The cloud-piercing hand was torn apart, but the other palm pressed down on the ferocious tiger as if trying to seal it. What a strange palm. Lin Xian was also surprised, but he wasn't afraid. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't use his divine body and his previous abhijna. Fortunately, he had comprehended the law of thunder and the tiger demon fist, which were enough to deal with everything. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the ferocious tiger pressed down by the cloud-piercing hand suddenly roared at the sky. It let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered everything. He kicked out like lightning, and it was like a divine sword. Countless rumbles sounded between heaven and earth. Then Lin Xian used his fist technique again and fought with his opponent. In the 7th move, the man was forced back. His arms hung down. His cloud-piercing hand was broken. Lin Xian said indifferently as he retracted his attack. Thank you. Many people around were surprised, and the Howren emissary's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was a top expert. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you passed the challenge and can join the Howren Grotto Heaven. The person who attacked also came back. He stared at Lin Xian and asked, How should I address you? You can call me Sword Maniac. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were puzzled. A few people's pupils shrank. For example, one, Jinny, frowned. Gu Feng also had a fierce look in his eyes. They had heard of this name before, but it had only appeared once before disappearing. They didn't expect this person to appear again and show such strange strength. They didn't know which sect this person was from. Lin Xian had successfully joined the Howren Grotto Heaven. When he walked in, he looked at Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing nodded slightly at him. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. He was surprised. This Chao Tianxing was too mysterious. Could it be that the other party recognized him? Moreover, he remembered that someone had fought with him in the valley. He thought about it and felt that it might be this mysterious Chao Tianxing. However, it was just his guess. As for who exactly did it, he didn't know. Next, another 3 people exchanged grotto heavens. Among these 3 people, one of them had surprised him greatly, because the aura of that person was too cold. It made him frown. At this moment, the person beside him snorted. This guy was arrogant. He was just an earth dragon. Lin Xian turned around and realized that it was a woman who said that. She had dragon scales on her forehead. Was she from the dragon race? He was surprised. Then he asked, You mean that person is an earth dragon? Earth dragons weren't dragons. In fact, they had nothing to do with the dragon race. How could a dragon be so powerful? Don't you know him? The woman turned around with a look of surprise on her face. Legend had it that this person was very mysterious. He traveled underground for many years and actually entered an ancient tomb. It was a relic left behind by a supreme saint, and he obtained it. This guy has a very arrogant name, Nine Nether. He's from the Acheron Hall. Nine Nether, Acheron Hall? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Nine Nether, who was in front of him, seemed to have sensed it. He suddenly turned around, and there was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. Their gazes clashed in the air. Countless people were watching. The woman from the dragon race next to him said, "Do you know him? Do you have a grudge against him?" "No, but maybe there's a grudge." Lin Xian said, "My name is Meng Qing, and I'm from the blue dragon race. You're called Sword Maniac, right? I don't know which faction you're from. The technique you used before should be from the tiger race, right?" Chapter 4197. Lin Xian said, "I did use the Tiger Clan's fist technique, but I'm not from the Tiger Clan. Speaking of which, I have a very close relationship with the Dragon Clan." Meng Qing was stunned. "Could it be that you're from the Dragon Clan?" Before Lin Xian could answer, the Howren emissary and the others said, "All right, since no one else has a choice, we can start now. The fact that you can come here is enough to show your talent and strength. Now, you have become the registered disciples of our Grotto Heaven. You have the opportunity to obtain the power of law provided by the Grotto Heaven to temper yourself. As for how much you can gain, it all depends on your own luck." As they spoke, the 4 emissaries formed a seal. The Grotto Heaven behind them suddenly became bright, as if it had formed an independent space again. The intertwining of the great Tao inside became unusually shocking. Go and obtain your opportunity." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others' eyes instantly lit up. They didn't say anything and directly rushed in. After Lin Xian entered, he first felt the vastness of heaven and earth. A huge force pressed down on him. It was so terrifying that he couldn't believe it. Many people beside Lin Xian rushed forward. Chao Tianqing turned into a stream of light. Meng Qing also said, "I'll go first." Soon, he disappeared into the energy in front. Then, the violent energy swept over. Lin Xian was even more excited. This is great. His physique had already reached the Saint Venerable level. His soul had also reached the Saint Venerable level. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. Moreover, he had so much energy now. This was too beneficial for him. Therefore, he didn't say anything and directly began to absorb the energy crazily. He stood there, and the energy from all directions entered his body. Lin Xian crazily activated the longevity art and started to circulate it. Lin Xian fought all the way. Although his improvement was fast, his realm was very stable. This was all because of him, one step at a time with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Therefore, at this moment, after he crazily activated it again, his cultivation increased tremendously. He was originally a late small saint. Now he had reached the peak of small saint. Moreover, the speed of absorption was getting faster and faster. Lin Xian also let out a low growl. Longevity art. He had been cultivating all this time and had never changed it. This thing actually didn't become outdated at all as he improved. In particular, the further they went, the stronger the power they displayed. It was simply incomparably vast. At this moment, his crazy absorption naturally alarmed the others. Who was it? They were all trying to find out who it was that had such speed. It was that kid. His name was Sword Maniac. What kind of person was he? How could he absorb energy so crazily? When Chao Tianqing saw this, he was shocked. On the other side, Meng Qing was even more shocked. Did this kid not want to live anymore? To be honest, although their absorption speed was also fast, Lin Xian was several times faster than them. His body could not withstand such an absorption. How could he know that Lin Xian's physique had long since reached the level of a holy venerate? Furthermore, after the change in his life's natural order, he could completely withstand it, as long as there was a large supply of energy. Therefore, in just a few days, Lin Xian had reached the peak of the minor saint realm. Moreover, it seemed like he would continue to break through. The surrounding people were very far away, because Lin Xian had sucked away the power of those who were close to him. But fortunately, this place was big enough for them to absorb energy. Otherwise, they would have attacked Lin Xian. On this day, There was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, shocking everyone. They all stood up and looked into the distance. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian roared towards the sky. Terrifying lightning gradually condensed and struck down. Come on! Lin Xian had been waiting for this moment. It had been a long time. He merged with the great dragon sword soul in his body and let out a loud dragon roar, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meng Qing's eyes widened. Dragon roar, is he really from the dragon clan? To be honest, she felt that her blood was about to freeze. She was from the Azure Dragon clan. The other party's dragon roar was even more terrifying than hers. What kind of bloodline was this? However, she also knew that the dragon clan was divided into many clans. The Azure Dragon was just one of them. There were also dragons that were more powerful than the Azure Dragon. Perhaps the other party was one of those people who walked out of the Dragon Balls. However, after the other party transformed into a human, he didn't look like a dragon at all. It was really shocking. Lin Xian's lightning tribulation was very terrifying. After all, it was the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. It was much more terrifying than the previous ones. At this moment, golden light bloomed from his body. He had no choice. He had to resist with all his strength. Fortunately, the surrounding lightning was terrifying. The others couldn't see clearly at all. They could only hear the sound of explosions. At the same time, in the second astral realm, in the pitch-black universe, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across. The rumbling was so loud that countless worlds could sense it. They looked up at the sky and saw that it was blood-red. It shocked them. What happened? Did a super expert die? They didn't know. Even King Wen, the sage, was startled. One by one, they searched. However, they didn't know what had happened either. In the depths of the Destiny planet, the bronze envoy was originally cultivating. Suddenly, he felt a rumbling sound and a bloody light that filled the sky. Even the Destiny stone trembled violently. The bronze envoy suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene, his face was filled with shock. Blood-red lightning. Was it the punishment of the heavens? It shouldn't be. Could it be that another person abandoned by the heavens had appeared? At the same time, in this mysterious space, Lin Xian had entered the late stage. He felt that the energy in his body was increasing exponentially. Once he crossed this step, he would completely surpass the minor saint realm. At that time, he could kill a minor saint with just a glance. However, at the last moment, he felt an intense pressure. The whole sky was about to split open. There was a red light flickering inside. Boom! Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. His 9-yang divine body was split open. What's going on? The power of lightning has become even more terrifying. It's many times more terrifying. How could it be? Breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm shouldn't be so powerful. The others were also shocked. What was this? They felt a chill down their spines. Chao Tianqing frowned and stared at Lin Xian. Then he sighed. Originally, there were signs of a breakthrough in his body, but it was stopped by him. Lin Xian's body recovered and broke through again. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura pressed down again. It caused his body to split open again. What's going on? There's only one step left. Could it be that there's a problem? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The red lightning in the crack became more obvious. It seemed like it was about to fall. Chapter 4198. Damn it! Lin Xian roared, and a dragon-shaped sword energy flew out of his body and rushed into the sky. This angered the blood-red lightning even more, and it directly descended. With one strike, the 3 rivers were shattered, and the surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian also felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and many cracks appeared on his body. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This attack was not weaker than the attack of a Saint King. This was the second time he had encountered such a fatal crisis. What should he do? the void divine furnace. However, there are so many lightning tribulations. Could the void divine furnace block all of them? Moreover, he still had to break through. Just as the blood-red lightning was about to envelop him, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled. It directly swallowed him. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared. The blood-red lightning did not fall. Instead, it floated in the sky. That terrifying aura pressured everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. What exactly happened? Other than Lin Xian, the others were also close to breaking through and attracted the heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, they had all been passively stopped. Who would dare to break through under the blood-red lightning? Even the Haran envoy was alarmed. After he arrived, he looked at the lightning in the sky, and his pupils constricted. How could this be? He looked in all directions, but he did not know who it was. Even the blood-red lightning in the sky was puzzled. He stared at everyone, but he felt that it was not them. In the end, he slowly disappeared. The large crack in the sky was still bobbing up and down. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure also appeared. He looked around and was greatly surprised by the familiar yet strange scene. This was the mysterious small sword in his body. He had not entered that world for a long time. He did not expect that this time the mysterious small sword would take the initiative to suck him in. After entering, he found that he was not attacked by the blood-red lightning. Could it be that he was isolated? It was really too unbelievable. However, what was going on? Was it because he was abandoned by the heavens? He felt that the aura was very similar. Damn it. What kind of force was behind the bronze envoy? Would he be able to directly trigger the heavenly punishment? It could even affect a breakthrough. This was too heaven-defying. Could it be that he was a martial monarch? That shouldn't be the case. There were no great emperors in this world. Was that a supreme existence above the great emperor? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Then what was the world in his body? Why was it able to isolate the heavenly punishment? Could he cultivate here? Lin Xian gave it a try and felt that this world was much more terrifying than the outside world. He could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground outside, but in here, even running was a problem. The laws here were too terrifying and the suppression was too strong. Lin Xian felt that he could cultivate here, but not now. He was afraid that he would have to wait for his cultivation to improve before he could cultivate here. He had no choice but to take out the dream leaf and send his soul in. The Green Mountain Holy King's soul imprint had been left on the mask, so he had to find the other party and ask about it. The soul imprint of the Green Mountain messenger transformed into a hazy figure. When he sensed Lin Xian's aura, he was also greatly surprised. Are you going to break through to Saint Venerable so soon? Did you receive any threats? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. I was almost killed by a blood-colored bolt of lightning. What's going on? Green Mountain Sage King also sighed. I knew it long ago, but I really underestimated your breakthrough speed. In my opinion, it was impossible for you to reach this realm so quickly. Therefore, I was prepared to tell you after a while. Now, it seems that I can only tell you in advance. I've said before that we are the same kind of people. You are a person abandoned by the heavens, and I'm afraid I'm the same. We are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The further we cultivate, the stronger the suppression. Especially every time we break through, others might be facing heavenly tribulation, but we might attract heavenly punishment. Those red lightning bolts are much more terrifying than heavenly tribulation. I think you should have felt it. Lin Xian nodded. Could it be that he couldn't break through in this lifetime? To be honest, he couldn't cultivate when he was sealed by the Black Lotus. He didn't expect that he would be targeted again when he broke through. He was targeted by the so-called Heavenly Tao. What should he do? Green Mountain Sage King took a deep breath. There were two ways. First, go to the buried Emperor Star. Second, go to planet Xiwan. These two worlds were extraordinary. There were some places that heavenly punishment couldn't affect. After all, there were too many great emperors in these two worlds. It's safe for you to break through there. Sure, Yuanxing and the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that only great emperors could suppress heavenly punishment. However, these two worlds were very far away from him. The buried Emperor Star was said to be in the distant third astral realm. It was impossible to go there. Planet Xiwan? It was possible, but he had to cross many obstacles to return. In order to improve his cultivation, Lin Xian decided to return to planet Xiwan. However, Green Mountain Sage King did say that he didn't need to rush back. Don't break through first. You should know about the Heavenly Tao debate. Go and participate in the Heavenly Tao debate. After you pass, the Sage Kings will personally bring you to planet Xiwan. Another Heavenly Tao debate. Why do I have to go to planet Xiwan? Lin Xian was surprised. Green Mountain Sage King said, I can't tell you too much now. I can only tell you one thing. There is a passage to the buried Emperor Star in planet Xiwan. The moment he heard these words, Lin Xian was completely flabbergasted. To think that there would be some sort of connection between these two unique worlds. It was just that his cultivation was too weak before, and he didn't know. It seemed that he had to participate in the Heavenly Tao debate. Lin Xian understood. He retracted the illusion. Then he took a deep breath. Now, in the mysterious small sword world, he should consolidate his cultivation. He was now half a step into the sacred venerate realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. However, he wasn't in a hurry now. For safety's sake, it was better to wait until after the Heavenly Tao debate. After consolidating his cultivation, Lin Xian carefully explored the small sword world. He found that with his current strength, he was barely able to enter. He estimated that if he wanted to move freely in here, he would have to at least reach the Sage King realm. At that time, he would be able to explore the mysteries of this small sword world. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that something was happening outside, so he left the mysterious small sword. Outside, the Haran emissary's face was cold. He was investigating what was going on. However, no one said it clearly. They only knew that someone had attracted this kind of blood-red lightning when he was breaking through. Where is that sword fanatic? The Haran emissary frowned and asked. Lin Xian walked out of the void. Senior, are you looking for me? Oh, you're still here. The Haran emissary had his doubts when he saw that Lin Xian wasn't there. But now, Lin Xian had actually come out. This made him bewildered. It seemed that Sky Law wasn't looking for this person. Chapter 40, 199. Are you okay? Meng Qing walked over with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Xian said, I'm fine. I'm just frightened by the situation just now. Lin Xian wouldn't tell her the truth. Otherwise, if others knew that he was abandoned by the heavens, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Meng Qing nodded and said, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to break through quickly. Her aura was about to reach the Saint Venerable level. The others were the same. It seemed that they all wanted to break through to the Saint Venerable level. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and let the great dragon's sword soul activate some of its power to recover. Furthermore, he had always controlled his strength well. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Haran emissary. He looked around in boredom. It could be said that the breakthroughs of the people around him didn't go smoothly. After all, this was a natural chasm that blocked countless small saints. Sure enough, these people failed the first time. Even Meng Qing failed. Lin Xian shook his head. Fortunately, he had obtained some information about the inheritance of the nine-tailed fox. It contained the experience on how to break through to the Saint Venerable level. That was why he could succeed. Of course, if it wasn't for the blood-colored lightning, he would have become a Saint Venerable. Then, another person tried again. The second time he failed and was seriously injured. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found that Chao Tianxing was even weirder than him. He didn't cultivate at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. It was a coffin made of gold. It was shining brightly. After he opened it, the coffin began to absorb energy crazily. After it was full, he crawled in himself. Then he sealed the coffin. The coffin was buried in the ground. That scene made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Who is this Chao Tiansheng? How can he cultivate like this? But thinking about it, everyone had their secrets. He had secrets. So Chao Tiansheng must have them too. Lin Xian paid no more attention to Meng Qing. He noticed that Meng Qing's second attempt had failed. He thought for a while and walked up to her. Do you need help? You can help me break through? Meng Qing was surprised. Lin Xian nodded. I have some experience on breaking through to the Saint Venerable level. It wasn't easy for me to get it, so I can help you. But you have to do me a favor. I came from Clear Autumn World, but I definitely can't go back there. I want you to take me out, back to your world. No problem, leave it to me. Meng Qing nodded. Do you really have the experience of breaking through? Lin Xian said. Of course. He extended a finger and tapped the space between Meng Qing's eyebrows. Following that, he imparted some of his experience in breaking through to the other party. Meng Qing was suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. No wonder I failed twice. She was really too shocked. Next, Meng Qing broke through again. She finally became a holy venerate as she wished. An incomparably vast aura swept in all directions. After the others sensed it, their eyes widened. Someone had really succeeded in breaking through. They looked at Meng Qing. Someone frowned. That shouldn't be the case. His previous progress wasn't as good as mine. It was that kid. Did Meng Qing succeed after that sword maniac went? Could it be that there was some secret on that kid? Someone was watching him. Brat, tell me your secret. Two people walked over. Come up. They had already failed twice. So what they urgently needed now was any possibility of a breakthrough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost. You don't know what's good for you. The two people were furious. So what if the other party was powerful? Who wasn't a top genius? The two of them attacked and prepared to suppress Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Meng Qing slapped out with her palm. The azure dragon claw directly slapped the two of them away. Do you want to die? Damn it! The two people's bodies were blown apart. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Previously, Meng Qing's strength was about the same as theirs. But now, she could severely injure them with just a light palm. This was the change after breaking through to become a holy venerate. They were too envious. Hurry up and get lost. The two people could only grit their teeth and leave because they were no match for Meng Qing. Meng Qing looked around. She said, Sword Maniac is my friend. Whoever dares to touch him, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, she released the aura of a holy venerate. The others were shocked and did not dare to say anything. A smile appeared on Meng Qing's face. Thank you so much. She was really happy. If not for Lin Xian's experience, she might not have been able to break through this time. It's nothing. Lin Xian smiled. Don't forget our agreement. Of course. Meng Qing nodded. She looked at Lin Xian with surprise. You haven't completely broken through? Do you want me to protect you? Lin Xian nodded. No need. I still need to accumulate for a while. Next time. He was now. He did not want to attract the lightning of the heavenly punishment. In the following time, those people tried again. However, this was really a chasm. These people tried 8 or 9 times, but they might not succeed. At this moment, the ground broke open, and the golden coffin appeared again. The seal and chains on it were unlocked. Chao Tiansheng walked out from inside. After he came out, he also had the aura of a holy venerate. Did he break through? The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Meng Qing was also surprised. This guy was too strange. Did he break through in the coffin? Lin Xian's face was solemn. He had the heavenly secret god eyes. Although Chao Tianxing's movements were fast, he still took a glance. There was a piece of skin in the golden coffin. He only knew that snakes shed their skin. Could humans do the same? Chao Tiancheng kept the golden coffin and sat down cross-legged. About 10 days later, everyone's fortuitous encounter came to an end. The Howren envoy set up an array formation to let them leave. Everyone was also given a command medallion. This was the Howren medallion. If these people could leave here one day and reach the real grotto heaven, they might be able to join the Howren grotto heaven. These people came with confidence, but when they left, many of them were disappointed. They did not break through again. Indeed, only Meng Qing and Chao Tianqing broke through in the Howren grotto heaven. The other grotto heavens should be about the same, with only 2 or 3 people. He wondered how Qin Xian'er was doing. With her talent, she should be fine. Lin Xian thought about it and did not look at her. He and Meng Qing left in the array formation. Planet Tianming. The bronze envoy knelt on the ground with one knee. There was a blood-red light above his head and a terrifying sword shadow. At the same time, a voice came from inside. What's going on? Why did the second astral realm attract heavenly punishment again? Is there another person abandoned by the heavens? The bronze envoy's scalp went numb. Sir, I don't know. You don't know? What's the use of having a piece of trash like you? The sword shadow in the sky became even more terrifying. The bronze envoy spat out a mouthful of blood. He said that the previous person abandoned by the heavens had been killed. If a new one appeared, it meant that he did not come to participate in the heavenly mandate. Are you sure that the previous person was completely killed? Did you see it with your own eyes? As soon as he said that, the bronze envoy's face turned ugly. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I heard that he was hit by a sage king. I don't think he survived. Investigate this matter carefully for me. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The sword shadow in the sky disappeared. The bronze envoy heaved a sigh of relief, but soon he clenched his fists. In the next moment, he tore open space and walked out. It seemed that he was going to investigate this matter thoroughly. Chapter 40, 200. The Land of the Blue Dragon. It was the world where the Blue Dragon clan lived. At this moment, at the end of the world of the Blue Dragon clan, there was a huge black space. That was a space passage. A few figures stood in front of the passage, led by an old man. They had dragon scales on their bodies and foreheads. Obviously, they were all from the Blue Dragon clan. Counting the days, little Qing should be back soon. One of the people behind said. The old man in front also nodded. He wondered if he could break through in the next 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They were here. Sure enough, an extremely surging aura came from the space passage. In the next moment, 2 figures walked out. Great, they were out. The people of the Blue Dragon clan were pleasantly surprised. Feeling the change in their aura, the corners of their mouths also curled up into a smile. Who was this? Suddenly, they stared at Lin Xian and frowned slightly. Was he a human? Why was Meng Qing with a human? Meng Qing said he's called Sword Fanatic. It's all thanks to his help that I could break through this time. Oh right, he's also from the Dragon Clan. Sword Fanatic. Help. And he's from the Dragon Clan. Those people frowned slightly. The old man in the lead did smile. Which clan did young master come from? There were many branches of the Dragon Clan. Lin Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too polite. I just got some dragon blood in the past and consumed it. I'm not a real dragon. So that was the case. There was a hint of contempt in the eyes of the people behind. However, Meng Qing said, It's all thanks to him that I could break through. Grandpa, you have to thank him for me. The old man in front smiled and said, Since you're little Qing's benefactor, you're a guest of the Blue Dragon Clan. Please. Senior, you're too polite. I'm here mainly to borrow the space teleportation formation. He said that there was no hurry. That old man obviously had an extraordinary status in the Blue Dragon Clan. He left with the crowd and held a banquet to celebrate Meng Qing and Lin Xian at the same time. Many geniuses of the Blue Dragon clan had gathered at this banquet. When they learned that Meng Qing had returned, they were very happy. However, when they learned that Meng Qing had returned with a human man, they were all stunned. All of them were stunned. Many of them gritted their teeth. Do humans dare to stand side by side with our dragon clan? He was truly courting death. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the other party would only stay here for a few days before leaving using the teleportation formation. Little Qing, now that you've made a breakthrough, I'm sure you'll have a greater chance of winning the Tao discussion. Many elders laughed and said, there's still a long time before the Tao discussion. I should be able to improve again. Meng Qing nodded. However, an elder shook his head. According to the latest information we received, this time is a little special. It seems that it will be brought forward. Just 1 year later. What? It was actually brought forward. Meng Qing was shocked. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What was going on? He didn't know, but it seemed to be because of the blood-red lightning. Something big happened while you were away. That day, a blood-red bolt of lightning illuminated the entire starry sky of the universe. Countless stars and worlds saw it. Even the sage kings were alarmed. However, they didn't find anything. After Meng Qing heard this, she was very surprised. She remembered that she had also seen the blood-red lightning. She glanced at Lin Xian, but didn't say anything. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. Even the entire second astral realm knew about it? Damn it, the situation isn't good. That's right, I don't know what's going on. However, it was confirmed that the Tao discussion would be held in advance. The top families and holy grounds had already been informed. I wonder who's going to be the host this time? Meng Qing was even more confused. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. What? It's the Acheron Hall? Meng Qing frowned. It was obvious that he didn't like the aura of the Acheron Hall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that every time the Tao discussion was held, there would be a holy city hosting it. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. When he thought of the Silver Corpse Holy King, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. That guy dared to make a move on him. So he must teach the Acheron Hall a lesson. Don't worry, we won't be going to the Acheron Hall's headquarters, but to one of their subordinate worlds. However, I heard that the Acheron Hall is very strong this time. It seems that we have to be careful when we participate in the battle. After the banquet, Lin Xian stayed for 2 more days before preparing to return. Meng Qing said, "Are you going to return to your sect? There's still a year's time, and you might not be able to make it. Moreover, if you're not a disciple of a holy city or a top family, you won't be able to enter. You can only watch from the outside. If you really want to go, why don't you stay here and follow the Blue Dragon tribe?" Lin Xian thought for a while, then nodded. "All right, I have a year's time anyway." Indeed, it's too late for him to act alone. Great, we can learn from each other during this time. I feel that you've been hiding your strength. Meng Qing was very happy. As for the young people of the Blue Dragon tribe, their faces turned ugly when they heard the news. They gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn it, why isn't he leaving? Should I find a chance to teach him a lesson? As expected, a few Blue Dragon tribe geniuses were ready to take action. On this day, they took advantage of the fact that Meng Qing was in seclusion to cultivate and headed towards Lin Xian's residence. "Kid, come out and learn from each other." These people laughed maliciously. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He sighed. As expected, there were always some arrogant people who didn't know what was good for them. They were like this when he was in the Qingqiu tribe. Now that he was in the Blue Dragon tribe, it was the same. It seemed that he had to teach these people a lesson. Lin Xian stood up and said, "All right, do you want to fight one-on-one or together? Why don't I fight with one hand?" After hearing this, the people of the Blue Dragon tribe were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, so arrogant. Do you think Meng Qing can protect you? Let me tell you, She's in seclusion and will only come out after 1 or 2 months. No one can protect you." The leader was a young man called Songjia. From the looks of it, he had 1 foot in the realm of Holy Venerate. The other 2 were also peak minor saints. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about such strength at all. Although he hadn't become a saint realm now, he was only 1 step away. Even if he encountered a real saint realm, he wouldn't be afraid. He even had the strength to kill a saint realm. Therefore, he didn't care about these people at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian was ready to take action. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. Then, a few figures walked out from it. A terrifying bloodline aura shrouded the entire manor. Chapter 4201. Someone else came again? Furthermore, it looked like there were quite a number of people who came. They were all experts. Lin Xian frowned. Was the Blue Dragon clan really going to make a move on him? But very soon he discovered that it was not so. Because opposite, those few people from the Blue Dragon clan also frowned. They shouted coldly, "Who is it actually dare to behave atrociously in my Blue Dragon land? Get out here!" A terrifying dragon roar reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing that, Lin Xian was surprised. Not here to target him, then who were they? He looked over in puzzlement. The next moment, he discovered that these people who came similarly flickered with terrifying dragon aura on their bodies. They had scales that emitted an ice-cold light. These people should also be from the Dragon Clan, but it looked like they were not from the Blue Dragon Clan. Some of them had wings on their backs, abnormally terrifying. The other group of people had scales on their backs that were like sharp swords, wanting to rush into the clouds. When Songjia and the rest saw the scene, they also frowned. People from the Winged Dragon Clan and Sword Dragon Clan. What are you doing coming to our Blue Dragon Clan? And before coming, shouldn't you all have received an invitation first, then waited? Who allowed you to come in? The people from the Blue Dragon Clan were indeed furious. What did the other party take their place for? A place where they could come and go as they pleased. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Songjia. The likes of you also dare to make a fuss in front of us? A Dragon Clan powerhouse with dark golden wings walked out, a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. A man similarly walked out from Sword Dragon's side. The scales on his back were purple, as if 5 purple heavenly swords, abnormally terrifying. Songjia, the likes of you don't have the qualifications to control us. Yizhen, Sword Star, the 2 of you, are you really going to oppose me, the Blue Dragon Clan? Those 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses also laughed after hearing that. You can't represent the Blue Dragon Clan. Let those who can speak step forward. Damn it! Songjia's expression became incomparably ugly. He roared angrily, the dragon blood in his body surging, a terrifying aura pervading out. Want to make a move? Seeing this scene, the corners of Yizhen's mouth curled into a hint of a disdainful smile. Just the likes of you are still not our match. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. The dark golden wings on his back flapped, bringing about a powerful golden storm. Wang. Those storms danced between heaven and earth, and then quickly swept Songjia and the others away. The expressions of the Blue Dragon tribe changed drastically. Their faces were filled with rage. Who would have thought that these people would dare to take the initiative to attack? Damn it! Songjia roared angrily. Blue Sky Seal. He formed a seal with both hands and waved it forward. A terrifying palm print bloomed in the sky as if it could destroy the world. Lin Xian was shocked as he watched from the side. As expected of a member of the dragon race, his power was much stronger than the other saints. However, he still shook his head slightly. Songjia was extraordinary, but the winged dragon race expert was even more terrifying. That dark golden storm was like a heavenly blade. It was rare for the blue sky seal to be sliced in half from all directions. Is that all you've got? When Yizhen saw this scene, he shook his head in disdain. Truly pitifully weak. Oh, right, I heard that Meng Qing of your blue dragon tribe went to the trial grounds. Did she come? Let her come out. Humph! How could you possibly be a match for Meng Qing? Let me tell you, Meng Qing has already become a sacred venerate. All of you combined are no match for her. Song Jia roared crazily. Is that so? Has she really become a sacred venerate? On the other side, Jianxing's eyes shone with sharp light. Then all the more I want to see it. The 5 purple swords on his back kept trembling. It caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Humph, Jianxing, with just you, if you meet Meng Qing, you won't even be able to block one move. Song Jia gritted his teeth and said. When Jianxing heard this, his face darkened. How dare you judge me? He waved his hand, and a purple sword flew out from his back and slashed forward. Damn it! Song Jia's pupils shrank, and there was fear in his eyes. The power of this sword was beyond his imagination. Blue dragon body. He roared angrily, and the bloodline in his body kept erupting. He wanted to take this sword head-on. However, with a boom, he flew out like a kite, and many of the scales on his body fell. Fresh blood even pierced through the void. It's useless. Although the blue dragon body is a super strong body tempering technique, it can't be used in the hands of trash like you. What a pity. Jianxing shook his head. Those people from the blue dragon land turned pale. This time, they were here to teach a human a lesson. Therefore, Song Jia was the strongest among the people who had come. But at this moment, Song Jia was nothing in front of the 2 dragon clans. Damn it! Why didn't the blue dragon clan's experts come? Suddenly, they realized that a formation had appeared around them at some point in time, isolating them from everything. No wonder the pterosaur and stegosaurus clans dared to be so arrogant. It seemed that it was time to teach them a lesson and let them know the difference between them. The 2 dragon clans landed, and it seemed like they wanted to attack again. The blue dragon clan's faces turned ugly. They roared crazily, but it was useless. Just when they were in despair, a cough came from the side. Lin Xian coughed twice, and his expression was a little strange. To be honest, these people could fight however they wanted, but they shouldn't fight where he was. It would be awkward for him. Hearing the coughing sound, the members of the 3 dragon clans all turned their heads to look. The blue dragon clan was furious. Damn it, it was all because of this kid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unlucky today. The pterosaur and stegosaurus clans were surprised. There was someone here, and it looked like a human. There was a human here. It was really surprising. How should they deal with this human? Jianxing asked. After Yizhen looked, he said, "Just kill him. He's just an ant anyway." With that, a pterosaur sage walked out from behind him. "Hee, kid, you can only say that you're unlucky to have met us." The wings on his back flapped, and a terrifying wind blade was shot out. Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, this was the dragon clan's matter, and he didn't intend to interfere. But he didn't expect that these people would want to attack him. They really didn't know what was good for them. It seemed that he couldn't just watch the show. He had to take action. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi flew out, and it shattered the wind blade. Not only that, it even pierced through that person's body. Poof! The winged dragon race's saint was sent flying as he cried out in pain. The blue dragon clan was stunned. This kid actually dared to fight back. Was he not afraid of death? And the pterosaur clan was also stunned. Then they became furious. Many people gathered around Lin Xian and surrounded him. Damn it, mere humans actually dared to attack us and injure our people? Say it, how do you want to die? Yizhen's eyes also burst out with a cold light. Chapter 4202. Who's going to kill him? I'll reward you heavily. Yizhen's voice resounded. Immediately, someone from the winged dragon clan walked forward. I'll do it. This time, it was a late minor saint with terrifying strength. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't waste your time. They're no match for me. If you want to fight, Do it yourself. Lin Xian locked his gaze on Yi Zhen. The others were stunned. This brat wants to fight with Yi Zhen? Yi Zhen was also stunned. Then he sneered. What a reckless brat. Originally, you're not worthy for me to fight. But since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Dark golden storm. A terrifying wind flew out and shrouded Lin Xian. Hadai, the people of the Winged Dragon clan, revealed a smile. In their opinion, their boss could kill the opponent in an instant. Lin Xian retracted his hand. His 5 fingers turned into claws and pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Tiger Devil Fist. A single strike split the storm apart. An even more terrifying fist technique was launched towards Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen's pupils shrunk. He quickly dodged. The void where he was originally at was shattered. His blood and qi were boiling, and his face turned pale. It's impossible to kill me in an instant. If you don't show me your true strength, I'm afraid the one who will be killed in an instant will be you. Lin Xian sneered. So powerful? The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the Blue Dragon clan also couldn't believe it. Was this the ant in their eyes? It was unbelievable that he could fight against Yi Zhen. If the 2 dragon clans didn't come and they took action, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Yi Zhen's face became incomparably ugly. Being repelled by a human made him lose all face. Brat, you've completely angered me. His palms kept forming seals. 2 dark, golden wings spread out behind his back. The great Tao on it kept rotating, emitting a mysterious force. He flapped his wings again, and the law of wind around him surged out violently. Heaven and earth trembled. The people of the Blue Dragon clan quickly retreated. They knew that this was the ultimate skill of the Winged Dragon clan. Wind walking under the heavens. The space in front was completely submerged. The Winged Dragon clan revealed a smile. No matter who you are, under this move, your astral soul would be completely destroyed. Has it been resolved? Jian Xing retracted his gaze and looked at the people from the Blue Dragon clan again. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would be annihilated by this move. Inside the storm, a palm extended out and tore apart the void. A terrifying palm descended from the sky and slapped towards Yi Zhen. How could this be? Yi Zhen's pupils shrank. Was the other party still not dead? He resisted, and then was blasted backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His opponent's physique was actually so strong. So that's all there is to you. Lin Xian walked out of the storm that filled the sky. The boundless great Tao on his body blocked all the storms. Was he not injured? The people of the Winged Dragon clan were stunned, and the people of the Blue Dragon clan were even more dumbfounded. Jian Xing frowned, while Yi Zhen's expression became malevolent. Damn it, this is impossible. Who exactly are you? Only now do you remember to ask me who I am? Don't you think it's too late? Do you think that because you're of the Dragon clan, high and mighty, you can ignore everything? I didn't provoke you before, right? We don't even know each other. But you? You want to kill me right away. Do you think that you can withstand my wrath? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. He would not show mercy to people who tried to kill him. Tiger Fiend Fist's first move. Army Destroyer. Lin Xian's palm waved again. A ferocious tiger coiled around his hand. The entire palm emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It pushed forward fiercely. Damn it, actually daring to look down on me. Wind stirring, 9 heavens feather. Yi Zhen also roared angrily. The scales on his wings turned into sharp swords one after another, flying down. On them were the true blood of the Dragon clan. Not good. Quickly retreat. Seeing the 2 people fighting with real fire, the surrounding people all retreated frantically, and the 2 people's peerless divine abilities also collided together. Jian Xing's eyes flickered. Although this human strength previously exceeded his expectations. But wind stirring 9 heavens, this ultimate move, even he had to deal with it with all his might. Thinking about it, that human should not be able to block it, right? But very soon, he discovered that his thinking was wrong. Between heaven and earth, dragon roars and tiger roars sounded out. Lin Xian's fist seemed to be like a broken bamboo, tearing everything apart, charging in front of Yi Zhen. Impossible! Yi Zhen screamed, both wings flapping, wanting to escape. But this punch slammed onto his body. Bang! His body was torn to pieces, directly blasted apart. What? Those people in the surroundings were all stunned. Yi Zhen actually lost and was blown up by someone. Those people from the winged dragon clan screamed crazily. Yi Zhen retreated into the distance. He condensed his body anew, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Damn it, the other party's attack was actually so powerful. Who the hell are you? Trash, you don't have the right to know. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Yi Zhen was angered until he vomited blood. It had always been him looking down on others, but now someone actually looked down on him. Furthermore, the other party defeated him, making him speechless. Jianxing, you're not making a move? Yi Zhen gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Jianxing's eyes bloomed with a piercing cold light. Interesting, you're worthy of me making a move. He walked out. The 5 heavenly swords behind him released terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian cast a glance at the other party, smiling coldly. Don't be anxious, one by one. His gaze locked onto Yi Zhen. I'll finish you off first. He charged forward once again. You dare! Yi Zhen was enraged, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. The other party actually dared to deal a killing blow to him? Come, men, kill him for me. Following his command, the surrounding people from the winged dragon clan rushed up crazily. Get lost! Lin Xian roared angrily, breaking through the army with one blow again, sweeping away 1,000 troops. Those surrounding people from the winged dragon clan were all sent flying by him. The next moment he arrived in front of Yi Zhen. A terrifying, fierce tiger phantom hovered between heaven and earth. A hand claw directly clasped onto Yi Zhen's head. If you dare to touch me, you're becoming enemies with the winged dragon clan. Your outcome, you have to think clearly. Our dragon clan absolutely won't let you off. But his voice had just faded when his body was directly beaten into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's tiger fiend fist was too terrifying. It really had the aura of exterminating everything, directly obliterating the other party's body and soul. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Zhen, such a powerful expert, already had 1 foot into the holy venerable realm, was actually killed by someone. The Blue Dragon Clan's people were dumbfounded, while the Winged Dragon Clan's people were roaring crazily. But no one dared to step forward. They looked toward Jianxing. Big brother Jianxing, please take revenge for us. Jianxing's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that the other party would actually make a move so decisively, directly killing Yi Zhen, making him somewhat shocked. Just what was the background of this person? Was his identity really exceedingly high? Or was it an audacious guy? But no matter which kind, it was very troublesome. This kind of person had no scruples. Chapter 42:03. Seeing that Jianxing was silent, Lin Xian said, If you want to make a move, think about the consequences. You will end up worse than him. Jianxing's pupils constricted. Good boy, you dare to threaten me. Do you think that you can survive if I don't make a move? You are too arrogant. The person you killed is a genius of the winged dragon race. The winged dragon race will definitely not let you off. Wait to suffer the wrath of the dragon race. Let's go. Jianxing waved his hand and left with his people. No, how is that possible? Brother Jianxing, aren't you going to make a move? The people of the winged dragon race roared crazily. However, Jianxing didn't even turn his head. This was shocking. Could it be that Jianxing was afraid? The people of the winged dragon race also quickly fled, leaving only the people of the blue dragon race. They looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling nonstop. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said, "Scram." He shouted coldly. Immediately, these people of the Long Dragon race also left dejectedly. His villa quieted down once again. As for this news, it caused a huge commotion as it spread out. The people of the Winged Dragon race were very angry. There was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Immediately, they sent a large number of experts to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, the people of the Blue Dragon race also had ugly expressions when they heard the news. Damn it. The people of the Winged Dragon race and the Sword Dragon race actually came in quietly. What were they trying to do? Some people were very angry. However, some people frowned. That human didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He killed Yi Zhen in the land of hidden dragons. It would probably cause a war between the two great dragon races. What should we do? Someone asked. What else can we do? Capture him and hand him over to the Winged Dragon race. However, Meng Qing came out of seclusion. She said, "No, this matter was originally the fault of the Winged Dragon race and the Sword Dragon race. Not asking them to come over and apologize is already giving them face. How can we go over and ask for their forgiveness? Isn't this a slap to the face of the Blue Dragon race?" Hearing this, the others also fell silent. Indeed, they were very unhappy. But if this matter wasn't handled well, it would really cause a war between the two great dragon races. Elders, do you really think that we will be safe if we hand him over? Don't forget why they came. They didn't come for my friends. Instead, they are targeting our Blue Dragon clan. Their goal was the horn of the Azure Dragon. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Damn it. Could it be that these people were really here for the Blue Dragon horn? At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar resounded between heaven and earth. The void fluctuated and the laws descended. Powerful figures appeared one after another. Who dared to kill the people of my Winged Dragon clan? Get over here and accept your death. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. In the land of the Azure Dragon, the expressions of the dragon clans people changed. Not good. The Winged Dragon clan's people had come. They actually moved so quickly. Many dark golden figures appeared in the sky. They were all experts of the Winged Dragon clan. The other side of the void was filled with a biting cold aura. It was the expert of the Stegosaurus race. They had also come, but they had not shown themselves. It seemed that they wanted to watch the battle silently. "Sangjiu, our people died in your land of the Azure Dragon. Can you give us an explanation?" A middle-aged man stood out and said coldly. The aura on his body was unusually biting cold. He was a sacred venerate. Sangjiu snorted coldly. "I haven't asked you, Winged Dragon clan. Why did you come to our land of the Azure Dragon? Who gave you the right? We are all from the Dragon clan. Is there anything wrong with us coming here? But what about you? You actually allowed a human to kill our Winged Dragon clan's genius here. Today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not be over." As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the terrifying aura of the Blue Dragon clan behind him erupted. The wind swept through the 9 heavens, shattering the sky. Do you think we don't know what you are planning? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Meng Qing walked out and said coldly, "Yi Zhen deserved to be killed. Who asked him to provoke us in our territory? We only killed him and let the rest go. We have already given the Blue Dragon clan a lot of face. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face sank. "Little girl, do you think you are so arrogant just because you broke through to the sacred venerate level? Let me teach you. What is a true sacred venerate?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist and boundless wind law spread out, forming a terrifying saber light that slashed down. Boom! Meng Qing shouted and formed hand seals. The Blue Dragon seal slammed over. The two collided, producing a shocking explosion. Then, Meng Qing was forced back, her face pale. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon clan laughed. Do you see that? There are strong and weak sacred venerates. If you want to fight me, you will have to cultivate for a few hundred more years. Damn it. The people from the blue dragon clan also gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. Many people rushed up. What, you want to fight? Do you think we are afraid of you? The people from the winged dragon clan released a terrifying light in the sky. At the same time, the middle-aged man said that this matter was caused by that human. Does he still not dare to come out? Don't let your blue dragon clan be used as a tool. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people from the blue dragon clan changed. In the distance, a stream of light streaked across. The person you are looking for is me. It has nothing to do with the people of the blue dragon clan. It's here. Many people took a deep breath and turned their heads to look. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon clan also narrowed his eyes. He actually dared to come out. To be honest, he was also very surprised. Brat, your courage isn't small. I thought you would secretly escape. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. Why should I escape? The genius you mentioned was just a piece of trash in my eyes. He thought that he was high and mighty and wanted to kill me, but in the end he was killed. It was that simple. Kid, no matter what you say, you have touched the people of our winged dragon clan. Moreover, I'm stronger than you. So if I kill you, I can also kill you mercilessly. The middle-aged man's sacred venerate aura became even more terrifying. At the same time, many people stared at the people from the blue dragon clan. Don't think of getting the blue dragon clan to help you. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Why would I need other people's help? At this point, a loud dragon roar came from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. Roar, 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 roar. The clouds in the sky were shattered and countless cracks appeared. The expressions of the surrounding people from the dragon clan all changed. At this moment, whether it was the people of the blue dragon clan, the winged dragon clan, or the sword dragon clan, their expressions became very shocked. Because the other party's dragon roar suppressed their souls, and even the dragon blood in their bodies surged. How was this possible? What kind of bloodline was this? Could it be that the other party's dragon blood was even more terrifying than theirs? Chapter 4204. Damn it, who the hell are you? The middle-aged man from the pterosaur team, one, roared crazily. Even the people of the Azure Dragon clan were stunned. They had heard before that Lin Xian was related to the Dragon clan. However, Lin Xian said at that time that he had only consumed some dragon blood, which was why he was tainted with dragon aura. Now it seemed that this was definitely not the case. What kind of dragon blood could make a person emit such a pure dragon's voice? This voice suppressed their bloodline. The other party's dragon blood was higher than theirs. The people of the Stegosaurus clan were equally shocked, especially Jianxing. He originally came to watch the show. Who would have thought that he was completely stunned? Fortunately, he did not make a move previously. Otherwise, he was afraid that his end would really be very miserable. Lin Xian saw the power of the great dragon sword soul intimidate these people. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Who am I? Have you heard of the Divine Dragon Clan? Divine Dragon Clan. These young dragon powerhouses all frowned, and some elders' eyelids were twitching wildly. How is this possible? Could it be that you are a member of the Divine Dragon Clan? Their nerves became incomparably terrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could not expose the matter of the great dragon sword soul, so he thought of the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was also a dragon. Moreover, the dragon blood was very powerful, so he told them about the Divine Dragon Clan. He did not expect these people to be so shocked. It seemed that the status of the Divine Dragon Clan in the Dragon Clan was very high. Do you still dare to touch me now? Lin Xian did not take the initiative to admit that he was a member of the Divine Dragon Clan, but these people did not think so. At this moment, they had already regarded Lin Xian as an existence of the divine dragon clan. Their nerves became incomparably terrified. How was this possible? These elders of the Azure Dragon clan. They also became incomparably shocked. Legend had it that the divine dragon clan was already extinct. How could it still appear here? They did not know. But even if he was lying and was not a member of the divine dragon clan, then he should be a powerful dragon. His bloodline level is too high. We'd better not provoke him and try our best to rope him in. The people of the Blue Dragon tribe instantly came to a decision. With their relationship with Meng Qing, they would have a much better chance of establishing a good relationship with Lin Xian than the other dragons. Thus, those elders soon came to a decision. No matter what, this time he had to protect Lin Xian. As for the Winged Dragon clan, his expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, should we make a move? These people gnashed their teeth. To be honest, they really wanted to make a move. However, if the other party's identity was too big, then they would be in big trouble. Therefore, they were now in a dilemma. If they had known, they wouldn't have been so arrogant before. If he were to leave now, it would really be embarrassing. The Stegosaurus race also discussed. They took a deep breath and decided not to target Lin Xian anymore. However, they did not retreat. After all, they only had one goal this time, and that was to obtain the blue dragon horn. All right, so this young master is from the dragon race just like us. What happened before must have been a misunderstanding. I think the fellow Taoist of the Winged Dragon tribe won't pursue the matter anymore. As he spoke, the great elder of the Stegosaurus race looked ahead. The middle-aged man of the Winged Dragon tribe also sighed. They said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. We have another important matter this time." That was the blue dragon horn. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people of the Blue Dragon tribe became extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was the blue dragon horn? He had heard of it before, but he didn't expect to hear it again. Could it be that this blue dragon horn was very useful to the dragon race? The blue dragon horn is the treasure of our Blue Dragon tribe. When did we allow you to interfere? The people of the Blue Dragon tribe roared. Damn it, their clan leader was in seclusion. Otherwise, these people wouldn't dare to come out. Fortunately, the two dragon tribes didn't have any Saint Kings. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, the two dragon tribes still made the people of the Blue Dragon tribe turn pale. Since they didn't want to cooperate, then don't blame them for being rude. The middle-aged man of the Winged Dragon tribe's face darkened. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he was going to get back his face ruthlessly. Therefore, he waved his hand, and the Winged Dragon tribe's saints in the sky prepared to attack. Terrifying wind laws danced between heaven and earth. On the other side, the people of the Stegosaurus tribe roared into the sky. Phantoms of heavenly swords appeared on their backs. They pierced through the sky. Damn it, the great elder of the Blue Dragon tribe also shouted angrily and activated the array formation. They didn't expect the two Dragon Balls to really dare to attack. The two dragon tribes were indeed determined. This time, the Blue Dragon tribe's clan leader was in seclusion. It could be said that the dragons were without a leader. It was their best opportunity to attack. If they couldn't take down the blue dragon horn this time, then they really wouldn't have a chance in the future. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was abnormally intense. All kinds of dragon roars and dragon blood surged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Did they start fighting just like that? The three dragon tribes started fighting, and the battle was earth-shattering. Fortunately, the land of the blue dragon was protected by a strong array formation. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. But even so, he could see that the Blue Dragon tribe's situation was very bad. It could be said that they were retreating. Damn it, are you really going to fall out? When our Saint King comes out of seclusion, can you resist? The people of the Blue Dragon tribe roared. The people of the Winged Dragon and Stegosaurus tribe snorted coldly. Do you Think we don't have a Saint King? This time, our Saint King didn't come. We're already giving the Blue Dragon tribe a lot of face. If you don't want to suffer any more losses, then obediently get out of the way. We only want the Blue Dragon horn. Retreat quickly. The great elder of the Blue Dragon tribe shouted angrily. At the same time he said, Ching, quickly go to Blue Dragon Mountain. Grandfather, I'll help you. Meng Ching rushed up, but the great elder said, You're not needed here. Hurry up and go to Long Dragon Mountain to unlock the seal of the Blue Dragon horn. At that time, if we can get the approval of the Blue Dragon horn, then we'll be safe. All right, Meng Qing also knew the best way now. That was to get the approval of the Blue Dragon horn. So she nodded, turned around, and flew into the distance. At the same time, 3 other figures also flew out. These were all young people. It seemed that they were the top existences in the Blue Dragon tribe. Only they had hope of getting the approval of the Blue Dragon horn. The great elder glanced at Lin Xian again. He said, Young master, you go too. Although Lin Xian was not a member of the Blue Dragon tribe, he was still a member of the Dragon tribe. As long as he was a member of the Dragon tribe, he had a chance to get the approval. This was also the reason why the Winged Dragon and Stegosaurus tribe wanted to snatch it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Although he still didn't know how magical the Blue Dragon horn was, it was a treasure. However, from the looks of it, it should be a precious treasure. Thus his figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Soon he caught up with Meng Qing. Chapter 4205. Great, Sword Maniac, you're here too. Meng Qing heaved a sigh of relief. With Lin Xian around, she felt much more at ease. The other 3 young geniuses frowned slightly. Damn it, what is this guy doing? However, the situation was critical, and the great elder had given the order, so they didn't say anything. Instead, they gritted their teeth and flew quickly. Soon, they passed through countless mountain ranges and arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain looked like a dragon lying there. It was called Mount Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon horn was located inside. Open the seal. Near Mount Azure Dragon, there were 9 powerful Dragon tribe experts waiting. When they saw Meng Qing and the others, they quickly formed seals with their palms and tore a corner of the seal. Then Meng Qing, Lin Xian, and the others quickly walked in. After entering, Lin Xian felt a powerful aura of the Tao of dragons in the mountain. Lin Xian felt suppressed. The others were pale. It was too terrifying. What kind of expert left behind this aura? At the same time, they were also excited. The Azure Dragon horn was inside. If they could get it, it would be a supreme fortune. Soon, they walked in and found that there was a bright light inside. There was a barrier in front of them, and there was a dragon horn inside. The dragon horn was only the size of a palm, but it was unusually mysterious. The dragon patterns on it were different. Lin Xian was astonished by the aura it carried. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. It seemed to be very happy. At the same time, many figures arrived outside the Azure Dragon Mountain. It turned out that the Winged Dragon and Saber Dragon tribe had shown their power and directly suppressed the Azure Dragon tribe. The great elder of the Azure Dragon tribe shouted angrily, How is it? Did you go in? The 9 people said. They had just entered. The great elder of the Azure Dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone listened. They couldn't let them take another step forward. They had to protect Mount Azure Dragon and send a voice transmission to the people inside, telling them to hurry up. The great elder knew that the other party had come prepared this time, and they couldn't hold on for too long. It was useless. Don't persist. You are no match for us. An old figure also descended. The dark golden wings on his back covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Heaven and earth darkened. The great elder of the Winged Dragon clan had arrived. The first elder of the Blue Dragon tribe immediately struck out with the Blue Dragon seal. As for the other party, it was the wind shakes the 9 heavens. 2 peak holy venerates attacked. Terrifying laws swept out in all directions. The others were also engaged in a great battle, and the situation was exceptionally intense. Inside Mount Azure Dragon, Lin Xian and the others heard the sound of the battle outside. They were all extremely solemn. Were those people already here? If they broke through the seal, then they wouldn't have a chance. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. A young man walked out. He was also a heaven. Proud was a half-step holy venerate. At this moment, it cut its palm and dripped its dragon blood on the barrier. At the same time, he said, "Ancestor, please acknowledge me." He was filled with anticipation, and the others were also holding their breaths. However, the azure dragon horn inside the barrier did not move at all. There was no reaction at all. Damn it, how could it be like this? The first young man's complexion turned incomparably pale. He was unwilling to accept this. However, this was the second person. He walked over and said, "Let me do it." Then he also cut his palm and pressed it on the barrier. This person's cultivation was a holy venerate, the same as Mengqing. It could be said that his strength and talent were greater than the first person's. However, the second person also did not succeed. Although he caused the azure dragon horn to tremble, the seal was not broken. In other words, he did not receive its acknowledgement. Damn it, how could this be? I am your descendant. I have the purest bloodline and the azure dragon body. Why don't you acknowledge me? The second person roared crazily. Clearly, he could not accept this result. Barrier, there must be a problem with this barrier. I must break it. He instantly unleashed the azure dragon body. Then he formed hand seals with his palm and slammed it forward. I can't attack. Mengqing cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. That person's azure dragon seal struck the barrier and caused it to tremble. Boundless light appeared on the barrier. The great Tao interweaved and sent that person flying. That young man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Buzz! At the same time, Azure Dragon Mountain shook. Countless arrays shook as if they would be extinguished and shattered at any moment. What was going on? The people outside Azure Dragon Mountain saw this scene. Their expressions changed. Elder Zhang of the Azure Dragon race exclaimed, "What happened?" The people of the Winged Dragon race and the Saber Dragon race were also surprised. Could it be that they had been acknowledged? They were very worried. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that there was no terrifying aura coming out. They all laughed. It seemed that they had not succeeded. Humph, Azure Dragon race, don't waste your energy. Your people can't break the seal of the Azure Dragon horn at all. Let us do it. Humph, if our Azure Dragon race can't do it, then your other Dragon Balls won't have a chance either. If you go back now, we can still let bygones be bygones. If you take another step forward, don't blame our Azure Dragon race for completely falling out with you. The Azure Dragon race's Grand Elder shouted coldly. The Winged Dragon race's Grand Elder snorted coldly. Do you still have the right to negotiate with us now? Old friend, are you still not coming out? As his voice fell, the world shattered. Heaven and earth shattered as another terrifying figure appeared. Terrifying sword energy pierced through the world. Not good. It was the guardian elder of the Saber Dragon race. The faces of the people of the Azure Dragon race became incomparably ugly. This was also a top saint venerable. Previously, they could still fight against him. But now that another one had appeared, their Grand Elder would probably not be able to fight against him. Sure enough, the Azure Dragon race's Grand Elder's face became incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Were the people inside not done yet?" The third person inside had already completed his attempt, but he still failed. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to get angry. After all, the second person was still seriously injured and almost killed. It was very dangerous to be disrespectful to the old master. Now, there were only 2 people left. As for Lin Xian, they directly ignored him. The other party was not from their Azure Dragon race at all. How could he be acknowledged? So, They placed all their hopes on Mengqing. At this moment, Azure Dragon Mountain shook violently, and there was the sound of the array formation shattering. Not good. They were fighting their way in. These geniuses' faces became incomparably ugly. Mengqing, quick! They reminded her. Mengqing also cut her palm and rushed forward. The azure dragon horn began to spin, and the dragon patterns on it flickered non-stop. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons filled the air. It seemed that the azure dragon horn was about to awaken. Seeing this scene, the 3 Dragon Ball geniuses widened their eyes. Could it be that Mengqing could be acknowledged? They were too shocked and envious at the same time. Chapter 4206. The blue dragon horn spun violently, making everyone nervous. Mengqing took a deep breath. Was she going to succeed? But in the end, the seal was not completely broken. How was that possible? Could it be that Mengqing had failed too? The 3 geniuses of the Blue Dragon tribe saw this scene, and their faces turned ugly. Mengqing was also pale. To be honest, it was their first time facing the Blue Dragon horn, but it was not the first time for the entire Blue Dragon tribe. The most outstanding geniuses of each generation would come. They could not awaken the Blue Dragon horn. It could even be said that Mengqing was the closest to awakening the Blue Dragon horn, but she still did not receive recognition. Could it be that the Blue Dragon horn could not be revived? At this moment, the Blue Dragon Mountain shook even more violently. The terrifying sound from outside had already been heard. It would not be long before the people from the 2 dragon tribes attacked. Damn it! Outside, the people of the Blue Dragon tribe had a look of despair in their eyes, because these people had already fought to the entrance of the cave. The people of the Winged Dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe laughed. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're no match for them. If you continue fighting, you will definitely die. They had a victorious smile on their faces. Inside the cave, Mengqing and the others were also in despair. It's useless. It's a waste for us to stay here. Why don't we join the battle outside? These people clenched their fists. Mengqing took a deep breath. No, we still have hope. Then she looked at Lin Xian. The other 3 frowned. Do you think that an outsider can awaken the Blue Dragon horn? Why can't he? Didn't you feel that his dragon aura was extremely pure? Maybe he can really do it. Mengqing looked at Lin Xian and said, Sword Maniac, go and try. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. All right then. He walked up. He did not cut his palm because his blood was not dragon blood. He could only rely on the great dragon sword soul in his body and one other thing, which was the dragon tribe's breathing technique. He placed his hand on the barrier and slowly unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul. The blue dragon horn instantly emitted a dazzling light as if it was coming to life. Seeing this scene, Mengqing held his breath. The other 3 also widened their eyes in shock. Could this kid really do it? It was too unbelievable. However, they realized that they were still lacking a little. While it was stronger than Mengqing's, it was still insufficient to fully revive the azure dragon horn. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He naturally knew that the great dragon sword spirit had fully recovered. Of course, it was possible. However, with his current strength, he could only do so much. However, it doesn't matter. He still has one more thing, and that is the Dragon Ball's breathing technique. After he activated it, every breath he took contained a mysterious power. Even Mengqing and the others' dragon blood was pulsing with this power. This left them stupefied. What exactly was this? As for the azure dragon horn in front of him, the dragon mark on it blossomed. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn was heard. Crack, crack, crack. The enchantment around them shattered, and the voice spread out, shaking Mount Azure Dragon. The combination of the dragon's roar and the horn sound seemed to transform into the roar of the Azure Dragon. It spread throughout the world. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Near Mount Azure Dragon, the great battle had stopped. The people of the Azure Dragon tribe were shocked. A dragon's roar could be heard. The azure dragon horn was revived. Great, they succeeded. These people were incomparably excited. How was this possible? The people of the winged dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe were also stunned. Did they succeed? Could it be that the people of this generation of the azure dragon tribe really had the ability to defy the heavens? Damn it, they were just a little bit away. If they could fight their way to the cave, then they would have a chance to be recognized. However, now that the azure dragon horn had been revived, they had no hope at all. Sure enough, the entire Mount Azure Dragon erupted with an extremely powerful sound wave, forcing the people of the two great dragon tribes to retreat. Retreat quickly. The people of the winged dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe were pale. Many of them were injured. Great. The people of the azure dragon tribe were incomparably excited. They felt their blood boiling. Who had obtained the recognition? These people all looked into the cave. Inside the cave, Meng Qing and the others were all stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lin Xian was also surprised. He discovered that the azure dragon horn had arrived in front of him and was spinning nonstop in front of him. The aura of the Tao of Dragon emitted from it shocked him greatly. Did this thing recognize him? To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised in his heart. He only had the great dragon sword soul and the dragon breathing technique, but he was not of the dragon tribe. He originally wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect it to succeed. Great, sword maniac, you really did it. Meng Qing cheered at the side. The other three geniuses, on the other hand, clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were all red. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, and it was obtained by an outsider. Let's go. Our tribe is still waiting for us. Lin Xian nodded. He felt that the azure dragon horn should be able to solve this crisis. The group of people walked out, and the people outside were extremely excited. They were guessing who would be recognized by the azure dragon horn. Could it be that kid Sangqi? He became a sacred venerate earlier than Meng Qing. An elder said. The others also nodded, but there were also people who said that it might not be. They felt that Meng Qing was more likely, although she was not the first to become a sacred venerate. However, her talent and bloodline might surpass the others. All right, let's stop arguing. They will come out soon, and we will know who was recognized by the azure dragon horn. These people widened their eyes, and soon they heard the sound of footsteps. They came out. When they saw a few figures come out, their eyes shone brightly. The people from the two dragon tribes were also watching nervously. The first person did not have it, and the second person did not have it either. Could it really be Sangqi? However, when they saw Sangqi appear, he did not bring out the azure dragon horn. Who could it be? It could only be Meng Qing. Great, this girl did not disappoint us. Many people laughed. The azure dragon tribe's great elder also smiled. However, when they saw Sangqi walk out, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Meng Qing did not bring out the azure dragon horn. So who was it? Could it be that the azure dragon horn was not revived? The people of the azure dragon tribe became nervous again. The people from the two dragon balls were excited. Great, they still had a chance. When the last person appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian walked out. He held the azure dragon horn in his hand, and there was an extremely strong dragon aura on it. When he came out, he was the center of attention. That was the azure dragon horn. The people of the azure dragon tribe were the first to scream. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. How was it possible? How could that kid have gotten it? No way. The people of the azure dragon ball were stunned. The people of the two dragon tribes were also dumbfounded. Chapter 42:07. Lin Xian looked around and said, "You didn't see wrongly. I've been recognized by the blue dragon horn." What? How is that possible? The people of the three great dragon clans roared crazily. They really couldn't believe it. Humph! The middle-aged man from the winged dragon tribe snorted and reached out his hand to grab Lin Xian. It seemed like he wanted to attack forcefully. "How dare you? The people from the Blue Dragon tribe roared, but they were too late. After all, the other party had comprehended the laws of wind. It was terrifying. Lin Xian was still fearless in the face of the attack of the saint. He held the blue dragon horn and injected his strength into it. The blue dragon horn let out a terrifying sound. Then the blue dragon mountain behind him seemed to come alive. It reached out a dragon claw and slapped over. It sent the middle-aged man from the winged dragon tribe flying. The first elder of the blue dragon tribe stepped forward and yelled coldly upon seeing this. He has already been recognized by the blue dragon horn. Do you still want to attack? Hearing this, the great elder of the winged dragon tribe fell silent. The guardian of the sword dragon tribe also looked terrible. They said, "Let's go." The people from the two dragon tribes left unwillingly. But so what if they were unwilling? They had no other choice. After these people left, the people from the blue dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Many people looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. They hoped that the blue dragon horn would be revived, but they didn't expect that the blue dragon horn would be taken by an outsider. But fortunately, Lin Xian's dragon vein aura was strong. They were all from the dragon tribe, so they could accept it. And next, they would try their best to rope in Lin Xian. "Sir, this way, please." They treated Lin Xian much better than before. They even treated him as a guest of honor. The young geniuses of the Blue Dragon tribe were not convinced at first, but at this moment they all lowered their heads. They had no choice. Now that Lin Xian said that he wanted to attack them, their elders would probably do anything. They would be knocked to the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. What's so special about the blue dragon horn? He secretly asked Mengqing, and Mengqing said that there was such a legend in ancient times. Back then, the dragon clan had once fought each other. Each of them claimed to be king, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Then a super expert from the dragon tribe appeared and cut off one of the dragon horns of the blue dragon tribe's ancestor. Then use it to command the dragons. At that time, this person was incomparably powerful, dominating a region. Let the many years of struggle for the Dragon Balls end. Since then, the azure dragon horn had become a supreme symbol. Legend had it that one could command the dragons. Therefore, not only the Blue Dragon clan, but the other dragon clans also wanted the approval of the Blue Dragon horn. Lin Xian was greatly surprised after hearing this. It turned out to be a symbol of wuxiang. Who would have thought that he would be the one to obtain it? When he thought of commanding the dragons, he felt extremely heroic. Following this, Lin Xian visited the land of the Blue Dragons and even browsed through the unique skills of the Blue Dragon tribe. He did not cultivate the azure dragon body. After all, he had the 9-yang divine body. However, he was very interested in the blue dragon seal and the blue dragon 9 palms. Therefore, he wanted the complete cultivation technique to cultivate. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the land of the hidden dragons, cultivating these 2 divine abilities. However, on this day, the people of the Sword Dragon clan came. This time, the other party was not here to fight, but to apologize. They expressed their apology and then invited Lin Xian to their Sword Dragon clan as a guest. Lin Xian was very worried. Could this be a trap? However, the great elder of the Blue Dragon clan smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. If it was before, they might have some schemes. But now that you have obtained the approval of the Blue Dragon horn, they will not act rashly. They will only do their best to please you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. Therefore, he followed the messenger of the Sword Dragon clan and left. After arriving at the Sword Dragon clan, Lin Xian also received extremely high treatment. He was even able to browse some of the secret techniques and inheritances of the Sword Dragon clan. The sword controlling technique of the Sword Dragon clan was extremely terrifying. As an expert of the Sword Dao, Lin Xian was very happy about this. Thus, he decided to study it for a while. On the other side, the people of the Winged Dragon clan also sent a messenger to apologize. However, when they arrived at the land of hidden dragons, they learned that Lin Xian had already gone to the Sword Dragon clan. Therefore, they could only wait patiently. However, after waiting for a few months, they realized that Lin Xian still had not appeared. This made them somewhat unable to bear it. Could it be that they had completely offended him? They felt that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly went to the place of the Sword Dragon clan to wait. Fortunately, the Winged Dragon clan and the Sword Dragon clan had a good relationship. Therefore, the elder of the Sword Dragon Pearl told Lin Xian about this matter. After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had obtained some cultivation technique inheritances from the Sword Dragon clan, which made him very happy. He knew if the Winged Dragon clan had any other inheritances. He was very interested in the other party's law of wind. Therefore, Lin Xian also prepared to go. After all, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. However, at this moment, it was not the time to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to increase his strength, he could not break through from his cultivation. Instead, he had to obtain powerful strength from other laws and divine abilities. Therefore, he followed the elder of the Winged Dragon clan. The people of the Winged Dragon clan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party had come. Otherwise, they would have been really frightened. Lin Xian cultivated the law of wind in the Winged Dragon clan and also cultivated the wind shakes the 9 heavens. This made him very happy. This way, his speed would become even faster than before. After the law of lightning, Lin Xian had another law. Just like this, a year's time was up in the blink of an eye. The people of the Blue Dragon clan all took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with a shocking light, because the day of the Tao debate had begun. The young geniuses of the Blue Dragon clan were incomparably excited. Lin Xian also clenched his fists. This Tao debate was very important to him. He must succeed and return to planet Xiwan. This way, he would be able to break through and become a sacred sovereign. At the same time, in the entire second astral realm, not only the Blue Dragon clan, but also the top clans and sacred cities. It was also bustling. These people all prepared to take action. At the same time, the Acheron Palace also announced to the world. After all, as the host of this Tao debate, they naturally had to do everything well. This time, the Tao debate would be hosted in the Heavenly Wind World, which was a subsidiary world of the Acheron Palace. Once the news was out, the various sacred cities all took action. The Blue Dragon clan also prepared to take action. The Heavenly Wind World also became lively at this moment. Originally, the people of this world had been transferred to other worlds. Those who could come were all experts in the starry sky. They were either saints who had been famous for a long time or top geniuses. In short, it was extremely dazzling, and the weak were not qualified to come to this world. If they wanted to watch the battle, they could go to the other worlds to watch the battle. After Lin Xian and the people of the Blue Dragon clan arrived, he left. After all, he had some things to do. It was not convenient for him to be with the people of the Blue Dragon Pearl. He changed his appearance and used the name of the Sword Fanatic. Therefore, not many people recognized him. At this moment, he kept walking in the Heavenly Wind World and saw many geniuses and experts. These people gathered together and discussed intensely. Some of them even discussed martial arts and sparred. Lin Xian even saw a battle between 2 geniuses of the sacred cities. In the end, they were really angry. However, they did not fight to the death. Instead, they stopped. The smell of gunpowder was so strong. Lin Xian analyzed and knew that the Tao debate was related to the fate of each sacred city and their future benefits. These sacred cities naturally would not be soft-hearted. It was getting more and more interesting. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a shocking light. Chapter 4208. Look, that group of people should be from the Joyous Union Palace. Many of the passengers turned their gazes over. Then their eyes turned red. The people in front of him were really like fairies and witches. Two completely opposite temperaments were present in their bodies. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Joyous Union Palace mainly cultivated illusions and soul attacks. It was too easy for them to use their souls to influence people. The surrounding people were discussing, crazily. These fairies had come to participate as well. They were truly fortunate. He wondered if their most outstanding daughter of heaven, Qin Xianer, had come. They were disappointed when they didn't see Qin Xianer. However, some people said, "What's the big deal? Don't you know?" Recently, the Joyous Union Palace had also risen to prominence, along with the other heavenly beauties. For example, Yu Siki. It was said that she had great potential. Everyone started discussing again. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't see Qin Xianer, but he saw Yu Siki. She had become stronger than before and could enter the ranks of the top geniuses. This really surprised him. It seemed that her bloodline had really helped him a lot. However, he didn't care. No matter how strong she was still his subordinate. He only needed to use his soul. He would be able to make her submit completely. However, he was still worried about Qin Xianer. After all, he didn't know what happened in the Green Hill world. Did the Divine Empress attack Qin Xianer? At this moment, many powerful figures descended. They were from the Demon City. Many people exclaimed. As expected, many great demons came from the Demon City, and some of them even had very powerful bloodlines. After they arrived, they looked down on everything. Their aura made the surrounding people unable to breathe. "That's nine-headed Qilin, right? He actually came out of seclusion," someone exclaimed. They saw a handsome man. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god. At this moment, he saw that the people from the Joyous Union Palace had also walked over. He didn't know if Qin Xianer was here. Nine-headed Qilin's voice was unusually calm and full of confidence. The people from the Joyous Union Palace also looked over. "So it's ninth young master. Our senior sister isn't here." One of them smiled and said, "Ninth young master, if you want to see our senior sister, you have to at least be on the pilgrimage roll." Indeed, Qin Xianer's status and strength were probably much stronger than those chief disciples. "Oh, really? Do you think I'm not qualified?" Nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. He was enraged and his power erupted. A terrifying Qilin aura spread out in all directions. As soon as this aura appeared, many people's expressions changed. Peak of Minor Saint. Their faces were filled with shock. How long had it been? The other party had actually reached the peak of Minor Saint. It was unbelievable. What had the nine-headed Qilin experienced? He was actually able to advance by leaps and bounds. Indeed, when they returned from celestial fate, none of them were little saints. After such a long time, it was already very impressive that he had broken through to the Minor Saint realm. However, he didn't expect that he could reach the peak of Minor Saint. Moreover, this was no ordinary peak Minor Saint. 9 Qilins, but they were unique beasts of heaven and earth. They possessed the bloodline of the Qilin tribe. How could they be considered top geniuses? Such a person would definitely be able to fight above his level. Nine-headed Qilin asked arrogantly when he saw the people around him discussing, "Ladies, do you think I'm strong enough to meet your senior sister now?" Indeed, he was very confident now. With his strength, he could definitely make it to the Saint Board. The people of Joyous Union Palace were also pale. To be honest, the other party's strength was indeed very strong. It was far from what they could compete with. Therefore, they nodded and said, "Of course, but our senior sister Qin isn't here now. I'm afraid ninth young lord will have to wait for some time." "Oh, really? Well, when senior sister Qin arrives, I'll let him know. Just tell him that I've admired him for a long time." Nine-headed Qilin turned and left with his people. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After he left, the people started to discuss again. Someone said, "I seem to have heard some news. It said that some time ago a true expert of the Qilin tribe will come to Myriad Demon City. Do you think nine-headed Qilin's strength has anything to do with that expert of the Qilin tribe?" Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Nine-headed Qilin? He actually grew so fast. It seemed that not only him, but everyone had their own opportunities and could improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian didn't care about nine-headed Qilin. His current opponent was definitely at the level of a saint venerable. His opponent was just a peak minor saint. He didn't care about him anymore. However, at this moment, another exclamation came from afar. It turned out that nine-headed Qilin didn't go far with his people. He stopped again. This time, he was facing Yu Shirjie. This scene caused many people to be shocked once again. Nine-headed Qilin's eyes were also shining brightly. They didn't expect that other than Fairy Qin, such a talented girl would appear in Joyous Union Palace. How should I address you? Yu Shirjie smiled. Ninth young lord was too kind. He wanted to say something, but at this moment a cold shout came. Come here. The voice was like thunder. Everyone turned their heads. Yu Shirjie was stunned. In the next moment, her pupils shrank as she looked into the distance. Then, she took a deep breath and ignored nine-headed Qilin. She walked forward and soon came to the side of a man. Then, she stood beside him respectfully. Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Yu Shirjie was a talented girl who had just entered Joyous Union Palace. She could definitely enjoy supreme glory. But now, she was so respectful to a stranger. How strong was this person? What was his identity? For a moment, everyone looked at the figure in front of them and started discussing. The one who spoke was naturally Lin Xian. He didn't expect nine-headed Qilin to be so reckless. So, he ordered Yu Shirjie to come over. Yu Shirjie naturally didn't dare to resist. She could only stand beside him. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Xian looked at her. Yu Siki shook her head. She had never believed that Lin Xian had been killed by the Sage King's single palm. Because his soul imprint hadn't been removed, she knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead. But she didn't expect him to appear here. And he even changed his face. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Nine-headed Qilin's face darkened. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Who dared to fight with him? They didn't know what was good for them. He turned his head and looked. The people of Thousand Demon City beside him also roared. How dare you? Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you disturb our ninth young lord? Hurry up and come over here to die. Chapter 4209. Yes, that's right. If you know what's good for you, get over here and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Two great demons walked over. These two great demons were both minor saints. Their auras were extremely powerful. Everyone was waiting for a good show. They didn't know how this kid was going to deal with them. Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Yu Siki and said indifferently, You should know what happens to those who provoke me. Hearing this, Yu Siki didn't say anything. She waved her hand and two terrifying laws flew out, killing the two great demons. The two great demons' eyes widened. Their souls were directly torn apart. What? Looking at the scene of the two great demons being killed, the surrounding people were stunned. It was actually Yu Siki who did it. Damn it. Who exactly was this person? The faces of the people from the Thousand Demon City also changed. Did the Joyous Union Palace want to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Nine-headed Qilin's face was also extremely cold. Was the other party slapping his face? Very well. Seems like I've been in seclusion for too long. No one knows my name. Since that's the case, I don't mind showing off my strength. He walked forward, and terrifying laws appeared on his body. A low roar of a Qilin sounded, accompanied by the hissing of a nine-headed sky snake. With two bloodlines, nine-headed Qilin could be said to be extremely powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Oh, you want to fight me? I advise you not to do so. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. This guy actually dared to threaten nine-headed Qilin. The surrounding people went crazy. One had to know that nine-headed Qilin was a peak minor saint. With his bloodline talent, he was probably invincible below Saint Venerables. He could even fight against saints. Who was this kid in front of them? They checked carefully, but they didn't find anything. In their opinion, the other party was at most a minor saint. Even if they were in the same realm, could he defeat nine-headed Qilin? Nine-headed Qilin's face sank. Reckless kid. I'll let you know what regret is later. Come out. I'll give you a chance to fight. You're here too. Just as Lin Xian was about to come out, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. Everyone turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they began to discuss. Nine-headed Qilin's pupils constricted as well. He saw a man in a blue robe walk out. This person's aura was very special. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. However, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the aura emitted by the other party was very terrifying. It was even scarier than the nine-headed Qilin's aura. This was definitely a top-notch expert. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned solemn. Others might not know, but he knew that this person was called Guan Songhai. He was a top-notch expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Who would have thought that the other party would actually come here? So it was an expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Nine-headed Qilin asked in a deep voice. However, Guan Songhai didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. I knew you would definitely come, he said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled as well. Long time no see, brother Songhai. The two of them smiled and greeted him. The surrounding people were all stunned. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. Damn it, he was being ignored. He was a heavenly beast, a top-notch sky pride. Who would dare to ignore him? But now, these two despicable fellows actually treated him like air. Damn it, he couldn't take it. Kid, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you myself. Nine-headed Qilin roared. Hearing this, Guan Songhai frowned. What's going on? Is this kid going to attack you? A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's nothing. He's just an arrogant guy who thinks that he has more lives than others. I'm going to take his life. Lin Xian said indifferently as if he didn't care about nine-headed Qilin at all. Hearing this, the surrounding people exclaimed, This guy wants to take nine-headed Qilin's life? Where did he get his confidence from? Could he really be an expert? Nine-headed Qilin's face turned ugly. To be honest, he knew that Guan Songhai was very powerful. He might even be stronger than him. If Guan Songhai was friends with someone like him, he definitely wouldn't be a weakling. He must be a top-notch sky pride, but he couldn't stand being ignored or even looked down on. So even if this person was a genius, he had to fight him. Brother Sword Maniac, are you really going to fight him? Our opponents are people like Wan Jiani and Chao Tiansheng. I'm afraid he's not qualified to be our opponent. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned again. Nine-headed Qilin wasn't qualified? To be honest, this was like a dream. Nine-headed Qilin was a top-notch expert in the eyes of the crowd. He was even qualified to be on the pilgrim's roll. Indeed, some people thought that nine-headed Qilin was no weaker than Lin Xian back then. Speaking of Lin Xian, these people shook their heads and sighed. If this guy was still alive, he would have shone brightly this time. Well, he was too arrogant, so he was killed by the sacred master. Next was nine-headed Qilin, their world. But now, nine-headed Qilin was being ignored. Damn it. Nine-headed Qilin was trembling in anger. He fixed his cold gaze on Lin Xian. Damned brat, do you dare to give me a fight? Sure, although you're not qualified to be my opponent. I've been bored recently. Let's use you as a warm-up. Lin Xian nodded his head indifferently. Guan Songhai also looked at nine-headed Qilin and said, I advise you, Demon City, to take nine-headed Qilin away. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The people of Demon City gritted their teeth and said coldly, they didn't need Songhai Pavilion to worry about this matter. We have our own judgment. To be honest, they were extremely confident in nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin had just received help from the Qilin clan. His bloodline had improved again, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a nameless genius. "Kid, make your move. I'll let you know what regret is." Nine-headed Kylan's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "I advise you to make the first move, because if I make the first move, you might be killed instantly." Nine-headed Kylan snorted and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept forming seals with his palms, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Then it turned into a terrifying palm and slapped forward. The palm wasn't big, but the law on it was extremely terrifying. Many of the surrounding geniuses held their breaths. They could feel a terrifying power. They were afraid that if they were hit, they would be smashed into pieces. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. They knew that nine-headed Kylan was really angry. He wanted to kill Lin Xian with a secret technique. Lin Xian coldly chuckled. He was completely unfazed by the incoming palm. When it was close, he used the law of wind and left instantly. This attack hit his afterimage, and a pair of green wings appeared on his back, carrying him through the air at high speed. Trying to dodge? You can't dodge at all. He applied to become cold again. Myriad Beast's palm. He slapped his palm out again, and each attack was accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. It was the secret technique of Demon City. When he used it, it was extremely powerful. Facing countless demonic beasts that covered the sky, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he raised his palm. His palms formed seals, and a dragon's roar was heard.